Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the PH Social live stream here in Dallas, Texas. PH Social, your game, your club. I will be your commentator for this evening. My name is Josh. We should have an action-packed game today. We got a lot of familiar faces, at least for me, at this table. We'll get them introduced as they start getting in some hands here. But just knowing the lineup, I know that this game should see some massive pots. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope to start seeing you guys here in the chat. Let me know where you guys are from, what sort of stakes you guys like to play. Let's make this a fun live stream tonight. We got an awesome lineup. Right off the bat, we got 4 or 5 mega action players that I can see. Like I said, we'll start getting them introduced as they begin to get involved in some hands here. But we've got, just from what I can see here, a bunch of guys I've personally played with here at PH Social. Awesome club, great people, fantastic dealers, amazing service. Over there in the one seat, we got Cody. He's a pretty action player. A new gentleman that I got to meet who goes by Spooky there in seat 2. Pretty action player. We got Russian Mike in seat 4. We got Bucket, which I believe this is his first game on the big live stream. Very action player there. Interested to see what sort of hands he gets involved in here. Of course, we have David over in the 6th seat. This is his game. We got Big Fish over in the 8th seat. Always getting involved in some good hands. And then, of course, Roger, Lil Raj. We'll see what he's going by this evening. But looking forward to this one. This should be an action-packed game. Excited to be here commentating with you guys. We're all going to watch it here live. We will start to get this first hand underway. If you guys are here in the DFW area, go ahead and comment in the chat. What card rooms do you guys like to play at? Are you a local here of PH Social? The best club in DFW? What sort of places are you guys playing your cards at? Or do we have any home game people? This should also be a fun stream because I believe we are finally introducing bomb pots. So we're going to be doing some 4-card PLO bomb pots on dealer changes or whenever the players want. I'm sure we're going to get maybe more bomb pots than dealer changes going as well. Napalm.net, you play at Palace and home games. Dude, that's awesome. I'm actually trying to go and check out Palace myself, probably this week. So hope to see you there, maybe get in a game or so. You play 1-2 over at Palace. I'm about to check out that room. I've been meaning to, but I do love to do most of my games here at PH. Great brand new card room, brand new felts. They look amazing, very spacious. Nice new chips. And fun weekly promotions. We have a new one that just started today called Aces Cracked Rack Attack. So if you're playing any cash game and you get your pocket aces cracked, you can go play a side mini game where you rack up as many chips as you can to win some of your money back, a little rebate after getting your aces cracked. Everybody knows that sucks. You said the chips suck. Is that over at Palace or here at PH? Do need to check out Palace. But yeah, they should be getting some bomb pot tables going. Those 2-2 PLO bomb pots, $50 cap. We're getting some good traction there for a little bit, but... Oh, Palace. Oh. Well, we'll still check it out. I know it's a decent room. Over here at PH, brand new chips. They're awesome. But the 1-2 tables here with the $5 uncapped PLO. Always action-packed games. Yep, uncapped, even at the 1-2 table. So the 1-2 dealer change bomb pot is a 4-card PLO uncapped. And of course, if you want to get some 1-1 action going, we do have pretty much daily 1-1 tables going, which is a lot of fun. A little bit lower stakes if you're here to just kind of play around. And it is a $2 4-card PLO bomb pot with a $50 cap. So... either good or bad, depending on what you're into, because most people might see a river for that amount, but at the same time, at least you're only risking 50. But like I said, over in any of the 1-2 cash games, we do have uncapped PLO. All right, we're getting this first hand underway here, and I believe... maybe they did not start with a bomb pot. Am I going to jump in the game if someone busts out? You know, I might. But I don't want to leave you guys hanging here on a quiet live stream. Of course, we could always just up the table talk and just enjoy the pure action and maybe see myself get involved. But for better or worse, I hope that doesn't happen. I'm here to just hang out with you all and kind of enjoy the insanity from the safety of this microphone, just because I do know this is going to be a very action table. And as much as I would love to sit in there and run hot, if I run cold, it could be brutal. But we'll see what sort of stacks are flying today. If you're a regular watcher of the live stream, I did actually hop in the last Monday stream we had 2 weeks ago that had Frankie C and Kitty Quo. That was an awesome game. Thankfully came out on top of that one. But yeah, here we are underway. So right off the bat, getting some premiums very early in. We've got Michael over in the cutoff with Pocket Queens. We got Lil Raj already all in for 3K against 1K from Michael with Pocket Queens, one of the classic coolers here right off the bat. So we got Pocket Kings versus Pocket Queens. Let's see if they're going to run it once or twice here. Ooh, and we do spike a queen on the second river. Oh, but the king comes. Oh, the best hand holds, which, you kind of hope for. But, man, Raj was probably feeling kind of bad once that queen came. Stinks to run it twice, but he knows. I've played with Raj many times. He always runs it twice. And he knows that the queen could have just as likely came on the first one. But, wow. The best hand holds up, but that was an action hand right there. huge suck out. And then, of course, when you're Michael, you feel good seeing that queen in the window followed by the other 10, knowing that you've got a boat locked up on that second run out. But the case king comes out. Maybe not the case king, but Raj hits his 2-outer to scoop. We've got David joining the chat. Just watched that sort of suck out. He was behind the whole way, of course, but sucks when you hit your card and they still get there on the river. But ideally, we always want the best hand to hold up, at least me personally. If I'm in Raj's shoes with kings there, and thankfully Michael was only in for 1K. You know, bought in a little short stack, so at least it wasn't deeper, because that could have been ugly. So hopefully he's got a couple of rebuys and gets his run bad out of the way right off the bat there, especially spiking his queen. Yeah, we got Crazy Nancy saying, let's go Bucket and Big Fish. I agree. They are awesome action players. Bucket for sure. We're getting this next hand underway here. So King 5-3 board, 2 clubs. We do have David with the best hand currently, top pair. We got Bucket with 6-5. He's got second pair, backdoor straight draw. Little Raj bottom pair. I do know he does like to float with these sorts of hands and either steal it away on later rivers or his specialty, somehow sucking out with additional cards. Looks like he does let it go on this one. And Big Fish in there as well with the 4-5, so also his second pair. David's going to continue here with top pair. Let's see how the other players respond.
Okay, so it was the other way around. How the hell we...
8 of diamonds, so Bucket does have the straight draw, but he does let it go. David's going to scoop a nice small one there, $260. Got our stacks right here. We do see Steven bought in quite large for 7K here. Got David buying in with the short stack, at least at this table. But I've seen him actually do very well with these sorts of stack sizes. And David is very much an action player. Glad to be hosting his game here every Monday. But he does tend to run up these sorts of stacks pretty well. He might start with the shortest stack, but end with the biggest stack by the end of it all. For any of you guys in the chat that have seen our stream before, seen any of these players, played with any of these players, let's see some predictions going in the chat. Who's going to be our biggest winner of the night, and who might be the biggest loser? Next hand underway here, so we got Spooky opening it up with the Jack-9 offsuit to 35. Bucket's going to go ahead and get in there. He's never one to shy away from pretty much any pot with any 2 cards. And I believe this is what I've heard is the Bucket special, which is any card with a deuce in it. Bucket will play any hand that has a 2. And right now he does flop a flush draw with a backdoor straight draw there with the Queen Deuce of clubs. And the club does come in, so now he's got his flush. On a paired board, Spooky does have top pair here. He checks it over to Button, who is now going to take the betting lead. Yeah, Napalm does say Bucket does have the biggest VPIP. I agree. Like I said, he's never afraid to get into pretty much any hand with any 2 cards, and he does get rewarded. First hand he's in here does hit his flush, which is nice. Let's see how Spooky is going to take this. It's going to go ahead and lay it down. Good fold there. Even if you don't think your opponent has a flush, they may have a bigger jack than you. And knowing Bucket, he could have spiked that 5 alone there.
Because I win the first hand, you want to swap big.
I know we got a bunch of people working behind the scenes to get some additional stats going here in future live streams, so it'll be fun to see some stats like the VPIPs coming up, but we can probably just take a rough guess as the night continues. And we'll be getting this next hand underway. Looks like we got Spooky kicking us off with the $10 straddle here. Biggest pot of the night will have Big Fish and Bucket in it, guaranteed, you know? I would agree. I think even if not Big Fish, probably Bucket for sure. He will put a lot of pressure in specific spots, whether he has it or not. And I will say, I've played with Big Fish a good amount. I do know he tends to get an action rep, but I want to say he plays pretty tight overall. He gets involved in some big pots with some big hands. The last live stream we had here, he got it all in a couple of times with some flop sets. And he held. He had a couple of double ups and triple ups there, so he does get involved in some massive pots, but tends to, you know, get it in with some of the best. I never see him get too out of line. I was involved with him once where we got into a pretty big hand where we both had a full house with pocket pairs on a pretty dry board. It was like an ace or 8 deuce deuce board of some sort. Yeah, 8 deuce deuce. Turn was a deuce. He had pocket fours. I had pocket queens. Good to be on the good end of that one. But next hand other way, we do have David opening to 60 here with ace 9 suited. Good hand. Bucket, of course. I guess he called the $10 straddle for 10. It's coming around. We get a couple of folds here. Spooky's going to fold his straddle, and Bucket getting in there with a 7-8 offsuit. Ooh, and we do have both players flopping pairs here. David with the backdoor flush draw. And now Bucket with 2 pair here on kind of a scary board. So there is a 1-liner to a 10, but Bucket seems to not be scared of it. He knows David probably doesn't have a 10 here. Does lead out for 160. Snap fold from David there. Bucket's going to take this one down. That is true. He is happy to get a little bit more gambly with Bucket. Napalm saying that Big Fish will get in some hands with Bucket. Yeah, they might get into it. They're good buddies, and they go way back. And so David might not be, or sorry, Big Fish might not be willing to donk it off to somebody else, but maybe to Bucket just as an ego battle, they might get it in. A friendly ego battle, of course. We have Kenny on the $10 straddle. Excuse me. Spooky's going to go ahead and call with the Jack 3 suited. We have an ace 10-9 rainbow board. No player with a pair here. Let's see how they're going to play it. Looks like Kenny's going to go ahead and take a stab, trying to steal, and this may get through here. No player really with much. Spooky tend to be a non-believer, but does let it go. But Really looking forward to seeing some crazy pots starting to go around. We're early in the night, so all these players are going to start getting a feel for themselves. One player in particular I'm going to be interested to see a little bit more, especially behind the scenes now that we can see his cards, is player in seat 1, Cody. I've played with him many, many times, and he is a very tricky player. He will barrel money in with the nuts. He will barrel money in with air. So let's see how he takes that in tonight's game. And he is not afraid of these high stakes either. All right, next hand up, we've got Spooky raising up his king queen. Nice little premium there. Bucket's going to go ahead and call with the jack 10 suited. We do see an ace king 3 flop, so Spooky's second pair. And Bucket with the gut shot straight draw to a queen here. Third heart comes in. This may slow down some action here. Couple issues with some card readers. We do have Mikey behind the scenes working on the technical side here, so that should get cleared up and have less of those issues. But Spooky does take it down here with second pair. Bucket's going to go ahead and lay it down. Straight draw, no good when the hearts come in, but pair of kings was the best hand here. Welcoming Caleb here in the chat. Says, let's go. Yeah, let's do it. Caleb, where are you joining us from? You play here in DFW? Are you a PH Social regular? What sort of stakes do you guys like to play? And we got a lot of players here in the chat. Players from all over. And I can't tell if the chip readers are off or if the chip stats were off, because I do know on the stats it looked like it said that Steven was in for 7K, but looking over at his stack doesn't quite look like he has that. But next hand here, kind of an interesting one. So we do have a flopped straight from Kenny, wow, against an overpair against a flush draw. So we should see some collision coming up here. Always nice to flop the nuts, basically, here. But a very susceptible hand. He's definitely going to go for this check raise, I imagine. He's sitting here with the nuts with a bet and a call. Oops, sorry. It looks like maybe one of the hands adjusted. I thought Bucket had pocket nines here. Looks like the 9-6 off. So he's got a back or gut shot straight to an 8 for the better nuts. But yeah, here we do see Kenny raising here with his flopped nut straight, Bucket with the backdoor, and Spooky with the flush draw. Yep, Napalm, that's right. An 8's going to be deadly here. Let's see what happens. Kenny is holding one, so I think we're more likely to see the straight get cracked by a flush here. I'm going to go ahead and get this table audio bumped up here just a little bit for you guys so we can hear a little bit more of the action from the players themselves. But here we go. Current nuts versus king high flush draw. Let's see if Spooky wants to gamble. Peel one card. But Kenny definitely charging him for it with the $650 bet here. Currently 11 life. Probably hoping for a call here, assuming that the board doesn't turn against him here. Oh, Caleb, a PH Social Reg. It's been a couple weeks. Hope to see you back here soon. Got a lot of fun promotions. Just saying, we have that new Aces Cracked Rack Attack bonus. Ooh, and Spooky does decide to make the call here. Let's see how the river goes. And we do see a king. I wonder if he ends up making just a light call here. Oh, check, check. Kenny should have gone for some value there. But Spooky with too much showdown value. Now that he hits his top pair, he can just check that down. But Kenny is going to win a pretty big one here. Nice hand, Kenny. Good to be up a good amount right off the bat here. Time to get these next hands going. Steven, first act, 10-5 off, is going to lay it down. Got big fish, 7-8. Probably getting frustrated. He's not getting any substantial hands. A couple of Broadway hands coming up here. We got Spooky with the Queen Jack off, followed by Kenny. We got Ace 10. Basically a 4 to Broadway between their two hands. Yeah, I agree. Surprised he didn't go for value on a clean board. I think after they tank called a turn like that, you know, there's only so much they can have here. But I think he might have been trying to open it up for a bluff, knowing that pretty much everything bricked. He was still holding the nuts and see if maybe Spooky wanted to go for gusto, maybe sensing weakness. Kind of a tricky spot when you're out of position holding the nuts. You know, do you go for value? Do you let your opponent bluff? But I think knowing that Spooky pretty much didn't have anything except for rivering top pair there, that he knows that there's probably more value in letting your opponents bet for you. We do have David in here with a premium ace jack of spades. But bucket here with a pair, and it's going to be good. It's going to take down a nice 350 there. Oh yeah, so the Aces Crack promo. So basically, if you're playing any cash game, it's brand new today. So I actually just got to witness some people doing it myself. If you get your aces cracked, you can go do a rack attack, which is where the floor kind of goes to a separate table, and they dump out basically a huge rack of chips, or just a bucket of chips onto the table, kind of all over the place, and basically the chips have no value, but for every barrel of chips that you're able to get into a rack, I believe you win $10, and you have 40 seconds to do so. Just for fun, while I was here earlier, once I saw the promo, I actually just did a little practice round just to see like how hard it was, and I was able to get pretty much a one full rack built in about 40 seconds. So if you're good at racking your own chips, you can win probably around $50 back on the rack attack, but it's essentially $10 per barrel that you're able to fill, and there's no limit on how much you can do, but you do have 40 seconds. Although they have launched premium memberships or platinum memberships here, and if you do hold a platinum membership, you get 60 seconds, I believe, to do the rack attack. So essentially just a small rebate, you know, unless you go God mode on your chip racking skills. But Lil Raj going to take it down with trip 10s here. TiVo in the chat, what's going on, man? Good to see you in here. Great player. Gets his little Timmy run good. Yeah, that's another stat we need to start getting going, that we're going to have in the background eventually. Like I said, right now I think we're only able to have chip counts, but getting some VPIP stats as well as player cumulative winning or loss statistics would be great. That was something that I wanted to see here as well. So hopefully we can get with, you know, Nick or Mikey at some point and start getting that going. But yep, that's the rack attack special rebate bonus. So if your aces do get cracked, basically play just a little fun mini game and get a rebate of, you know, $50 or more. Next up here, we do have Spooky with the King 8 suited. We got Kenny with pocket kings. Man, he's just Always premiums against the player directly to his right here. But Spooky is going to let it go. And wow, Kenny just limps here with the kings and flops a set. Praying one of his opponents has an ace here. Fortunately, both players not really with much. Bucket does have third pair here. And David now with an open ender. So a deuce or a 7 will put Kenny in a terrible spot. David's going to go ahead and bet this open ender. Let's see if Kenny's going to go ahead and bring the boom here with his hand. Double checks. Yep, I've got a set here. I hope David has an ace, and he's going to raise it and get called right away by the open ender. At this point, Kenny is probably licking his lips here. Doesn't know that he needs to dodge a 7 or a deuce. Let's see the river. Oh, David has not called yet. I thought he went ahead and snap called, unless we're just waiting for graphics to catch up here. Tilt meters as well, I do agree. Oh, he's actually going to go ahead and raise it here. I think it's because it went check on the flop. David might be thinking that Kenny doesn't have much here. And he does have his open ender, which does have a good amount of equity here against Kenny. Let's see how Kenny responds. Probably going to go for a re-raise here if I had to guess. Probably protecting against spades, I would imagine. But let's see what Kenny's going to go ahead and do here. Can't quite see what Kenny's doing yet, but seeing how David just stacked his chips up, I imagine Kenny asked for a chip count behind, which looks like he's only got a little over 200 bucks behind, give or take, so it's probably going in here. And the straight does not come in. Looks like that maybe that was just a smooth call there on the turn. And totally bricked out, I'm sure. Even though we didn't get to see it, Kenny ripped it, David snap folded, having missed his straight draw. And Kenny running really hot over there in the 3 seat to start us off. A couple premiums that are all holding. We've had win-loss stats before. That'd be good to see. I didn't see it on the last stream that we had. So if we do have them, I'll double check and see if we can get those going. Getting some more people trickling in here. Welcome to the stream here at PH Social. David's No Cap Monday. Got a big game, a lot of action players going. Hoping to see at least one 5K pot this evening, if not more. I think it's very possible with the player pool that we have as well as the stack sizes that we're playing with here. And especially as players start to double up or more. Maybe we see some add-ons. Could get some big pots. Bucket here with the ace-9 off, which as far as the hands that he plays goes is quite a premium, to be honest. But Bucket's been running pretty well lately from what I've heard and seen, and he's been playing tricky in the sense that he's tightened up, and so he might surprise some of these players by showing down the nuts one or two of these hands. All right, and Lil Raj gonna lead out here with his 2 pair. Big Fish is gonna go ahead and lay down the 5-3 suited. Raj is gonna take down a nice little pot there. David down to his last 185, and looks like he's just gonna ride it there for a little minute. And I do need to get confirmation on stack sizes, because I keep saying that Kenny's got 7K, but it does look like he's only got about 1,000 or so to start. Not seeing any purples or yellows or blacks back there. But next we've got Bucket with the Bucket Special, hand with a 2 in it. It's got 5-2 suited here. Kenny with the 7-5 off. That is true. Dealers are the real winners when Bucket runs good. Even when he doesn't run good, but dealers are still winners. Bucket tends to tip very well. Action player, but not shy to take good care of our dealers here. Big fish, nice playable hand here, ace-10. I'll go ahead and raise it up to 35. Spooky with another suited king here. Seen him play the suited king 4 of clubs earlier. Let's see if he's going to go ahead and continue with the king 7 suited here. Video's looking a little slow on my end, so hopefully this gets cleared up here soon. It's like a nice little slow motion game going on. And ace queen 10 board here, so Spooky with the gut shot to, ooh, sorry, yep, more card reader issues. I did see the actual cards. It looked like ace jack 10, so big fish with top 2, or aces up here, 2 pair. Probably gonna take this one down here, unless Spooky decides to gamble with his gut shot. But he's gonna go ahead and lay it down. Bucket's probably gonna get out of there. Yep, snap fold and. Oh, here goes our V-pip, guys. There we go. Just as requested, we got that going. I'm sure Mikey heard us in the background, so nice that he kicked it off there. And yep, Bucket with the 83% V-pip right off the bat there. But yeah, we got that V-pip meter going. That's awesome. Hopefully we can get some win-loss stats going here as well for TiVo. Oh, and we got an updated chip count I'm seeing here coming soon, so the chip counts are going to get fixed here. Steven, yeah, it does look like he's got 1.1. Okay, unlucky hand number 13 underway here. Bucket calling with the ace-3. Cody, first playable hand. Jack 10 is going to go ahead and raise it up to 40 here. Kenny's going to call with the 10-8 off. I actually like a 10-8 myself. Yep, getting some requests for Steven to play a hand here. So Kenny does have a gut shot to a 9. Cody was second pair here. Feels good about it once it checks through on the flop. There is a heart draw that just came in. Bucket's got the ace of hearts here, so he's got a draw to the nuts. Nut flush draw. The 8 does come in. Kenny now with 2 pair. Kenny just running good for now over in the 3 seat. I think Cody's probably gonna, lays this down. I wouldn't have been surprised if he went ahead and made that call, but I think with the flush coming in and some straight potentials to the jack 9, even the 9-6. But some requests for Steven to play a hand. I'm looking forward to seeing him getting involved in some action as well. Not too familiar with him, but I have seen him at a couple of local casinos before. I don't think I've been involved in terribly many hands with him before. But I believe he's a pretty solid player, so we'll see how he does this evening. Looking to wait for some premiums on his end, I imagine, but David here kicking us off with the pocket deuces. Steven's going to go ahead and lay down the suited connector, the lowest suited connector. Kenny's going to call with the suited king. Bucket's in there, most likely. Pocket 2's currently the best hand here. Let's see if David can navigate it. Probably won't be able to with a million overs out there. Big Fish leads with the open ender, and looks like everyone is going to let it go except for Bucket, who now calls both players with a pair of eights here. And Bucket's going to lead out for 100. Sorry, Big Fish, and Bucket folds. Everybody who's continuing to join us here in the chat and on the live stream, welcome in. Get our big No Cap Monday stream going here in a very action lineup. Players are still settling in here, but looking forward to see some crazy hands. And like I said, if you guys missed it earlier, we are introducing bomb pots on today's stream. 4-card PLO uncapped bomb pots. So if there's ever a reason for stacks to fly, I'm sure it'll definitely be in one of those spots there. Hopefully we just don't see a table breaker. Next hand underway, we do have Spooky with the nut flush draw and second pair. Pairing a flush draw, especially to the nuts, is a good spot here and does spike it right away. Let's see how Kenny navigates this second pair. Now he's got two pair with an ace. Little winner's tilt potentially going on here to where he's going to go ahead and feel good about it. It's going to lead out for 30. Spooky's going to go ahead and click it back to 100. Now Kenny here trying to figure out what he's got. Loses to an ace, loses to a flush, loses to a straight. But is he a believer or not? And he did lay it down here. Good fold on him. Nice little pot to pick up here from Spooky. Too bad it's past our flush rush time here. Actually, 4 minutes left, but not enough to make anything happen with it. Another promotion here for any non-local PH players. We do have our flush rush Monday through Friday. So between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., if you hit one flush in each suit, you can win what is currently $1,800. I believe it rolls over $100 or maybe $200 each day. And it just started back up a couple weeks ago, as we did have a player hit it for $3,400 last month. Incredible. It's very difficult to hit those, but fun little bonus for the flush rush. Basically, 2 cards in your hand, as long as you have a flush and table it as a winning hand at any point, whether you flop it, turn it, or river it. If you have the winning hand with $20 in the pot, you add 1 flush to your list. So Steven here waiting to see what cards he has. He did raise to 70 though, and Raj going to make the call with the 10-8 suited. And basically playing as little Raj for this hand. Couldn't see what Steven had, but is going to go ahead and lead out and takes it down.
Straddle, let's go. Sorry, whatever. Straddle. Yeah, I had a straddle, that's how I got to it. You're in.
Where's the plate there? Tell you. Oh, you're at Kings already?
Yeah, will you make me one?
My day might get better.
Next on your mat.
Got Big Fish sitting back down to his position here with what looks to be a nice plate of canes there. He's already a winner with a plate of canes. As far as you guys go in the chat, are we fans of canes, or do we have some people here that think that Cane's is dry.
My hand was way better than yours.
I like it. I do know it is all about the sauce, but it's good.
You only had a jag. It was a good kicker.
Am I saying that it's the absolute best fried chicken in the world? No, I'm not. But
Oh, you had Ace Wing?
I like Cane's. I'll eat it anytime I can.
Oh, yeah, well, the stream is wrong.
Popeyes over Cane's. Yep, I can feel that, honestly. The spicy chicken sandwich from Popeyes is one of my favorites. And I will say, chicken against chicken, I'll have to give it to Popeyes in that regard. But, of course, what brings Cane's over the top is the sauce. If you're a fan of it, you can see Napalm's not a fan. And that's all good. I love a good Popeyes spicy chicken sandwich. We do have David over in the chat. Cane's is the best. And can't trust anyone who doesn't like Cane's. I do know a lot of people who love Cane's, myself included. But like I said, not going to sit here and say it's the absolute best chicken, but it is pretty darn good for what it is, fast food wise. But I do like a Dave's hot chicken. It's got some good natural flavor to the chicken itself. Napalm saying that Cane's needs real sides. That's fair. However, I've actually recently become a fan of the coleslaw combo there. But next up here, we got a couple of good hands to start us off here. So Bucket's raising with the pocket eights. Currently the only player with a pair, but a couple of other premiums here. Lil Raj going to let go of the 9-5 suited, and we do have Ace 7 suited and King Jack. Man, Cane's is coming in hot for these players. Hopefully they can save some for the commentators here.
Yeah, can I get Cane's sauce, man? Cane's sauce?
I have heard good things about Mike's chicken. I haven't tried it yet. I've only had the Dave's hot chicken. And Bucket not going to love this flop very much. Big Fish is going to go ahead and hit his ace here. And is going to lead out with it. Wouldn't be surprised if Bucket's going to make one sticky float here. But he is going to think about it and take his time. Not getting too out of line too quick here. Let's see here. And he does let it go. Bucket playing tight. Not getting too out of line, at least just yet. Like I said, I feel like I've been seeing him play a little bit tighter lately. Not to say he still won't get involved in some action and put some pressure on when the time is right. So we'll just have to see how the night unfolds. But 2 overs, especially some Broadway overs, easy to just let go of those pocket eights. Big Fish going to take down that pot there.
Yeah, we said we're going to do a bump data change.
Yeah, but the cap and all that shit. No cap. Remember, we never.
All right, whatever. $1,000 cap.
Like, forgot the whole reason we did it.
Each person. So whoever bet 1,000 and you call 1,000, if I call, what happens to 1,000?
We got
Now just play whatever y'all want to do. Quick.
Carla, PH Social, one of the best poker rooms that feeds their customers. I've gained 10 pounds since I started playing here. Hey, you know, free food, great atmosphere, great players, great staff, and they do feed their players. I came to play some cash games last Monday. Probably shouldn't have driven out here, but during the crazy ice that was out and about, definitely was kind of Tokyo drifting on my way over here, but came in, played some cash games, ran well, and the club actually catered some Canes for everybody. They brought it in and free for anybody who wanted some. So I know we were just speaking of Canes, but we had some Canes for the group, which again, I'm always happy to get Canes anytime I can have it, especially when it's free. Playing some poker, eating some free Canes from the awesome complimentary PH Social. But looks like we're going to get our first 4-card bomb pot underway here. Let's see how this goes. I imagine we will see a lot of action here. So Gonna go ahead and turn up table audio just a little bit so we can hear how this unfolds, as it'll be kind of hard to comment on each person's current hands with so many cards in play. Let's go ahead and watch the action here. So Spooky here with what I believe is Broadway with the nut flush redraw here. At least on one board. I know the graphics aren't showing the boards entirely accurate. It did look like there was a Jack 10 King on one board with the 2 diamonds. Spooky's got Ace Queen for Broadway on that board, and Little Raj has a set of 9s on the other board with a redraw to a straight. And yep, Spooky still has Broadway, and Little Raj with the set of 9s. Let's see how he plays it. Probably gonna go ahead and make the call here. Yep, snap call and chop it up.
You got lucky with the king, bro. Ace queen saved you. Any diamond, yeah, that's why I kept trying to. You had audacity.
Ooh yeah, Jack on the top board for straight over straight.
That we were cool, Spooky. Nice hand, Spooky. Nice hand. Nice hand. Nice hand.
I would have got quarters.
Did you same straight?
Yeah, I flopped straight on the bottom.
Yeah, did you?
Oh yeah, that's right. Two words for you. Guess what they are on the live stream. Good luck.
He probably saved you money, bro, because you would have thought too much.
You notice I wasn't betting.
Cody been sitting pretty tight there for a couple of hands. Let's see if he starts to get involved. I do know, like I said, he's not afraid to get involved in some of the action there. And definitely get aggressive when he does enter some pots. Where did all of Steven's money go? Like I said, I think the chip count was a little off to start. I did see coming soon it's going to get up to date and get fixed there. He, I think, only started with 1K, so he never had 7K. But I asked and I received. Cody with the King 9 suited, gonna go ahead and get involved in a hand here. Bucket with pocket 8s again, and Lil Raj with a suited ace. And we do have somewhat of an action flop here. So Cody with the nut flush draw, Lil Raj flops top pair. Let's see how they navigate this. So Lil Raj gonna go ahead and bet out with his ace. Cody's just gonna make the smooth call with his flush draw. Bucket looking a little frustrated, goes ahead and lets it go, and Cody's gonna get there right away with the stone cold nuts. But of course, Lil Raj with the betting lead there, he's gonna go ahead and continue with it. And let's see if Cody decides to smooth call and trap, or if he's gonna go ahead and raise it up right now. Like I said, he tends to be pretty aggressive, but is gonna go ahead and make the smooth call. Kind of trapping his opponent here, but fourth spade comes in, and yeah, Lil Raj has to kind of give up here. Cody praying. Raj has like the queen of spades here, and is going to go for the small milky value bet here. Lil Raj knows. Kind of smiles at him, knows it was a terrible run out, but probably actually ended up saving him, because if it was a brick on the river, Lil Raj tends to be pretty sticky with the calls. It's probably going to pay him off. Like I said, sticking with the calls is going to pay it off anyways, even with the 4 spades out there. Cody going to take down his first nice win of the night.
Sticky, sticky. Dave says you're on my list for the rest of my life. Probably. Man, he did have enough flesh. I should have knocked the foot on the last one. Well, I had a spade, but it was not as big as the other one. Wasn't bigger than the nine?
Next hand here, Cody with the pocket eights is going to go ahead and raise it up. Spooky with ace-jack suited. Kind of hesitated there for a minute. I wonder if he was thinking about making a raise, but does go ahead with a smooth call. Big Fish lays down the queen-10 off, so we have pocket pair versus ace-jack suited here. This is one of those hands that, like I said, Cody can play a little aggressive at times with or without the nuts. So let's see how he proceeds here. He's going to go ahead and c-bet for 55. And wow, Spooky probably could not flop any better. Flops top pair with the nut flush draw. Might be raising right away. And looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. So he does go ahead and raise. And I imagine Cody will probably just go ahead and let this go. Looks like he might have asked him if he would show if he folds, but I'm not sure. He's going to go ahead and lay it down. And Spooky does show. Flopped an absolute monster. Top pair, a good kicker, nut flush draw. Can't really ask for much more in those spots. And we do have a new player welcoming to the table, Deshane. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'll have him correct me if not. Not too familiar with him, so we'll see how he gets involved in some of the action here. Does have his headphones on right away, so might be coming in for some locked-in poker today. But other than that, kings versus queens hand we saw firsthand. Not seeing some crazy pots happening yet, so put some feelers out there in the chat for some big pot energy going on. But yes, Napalm, right about the VPIP. I saw it pop up about 10 minutes ago or so, so it looks like Mikey's been working his magic and got that going for us here. And it looks like we're going to do a little deck recalibration here really quick. While they go ahead and work that out, for any of our viewers out here in the chat, let's go ahead and once again put our predictions in for who we think the biggest winner or biggest loser is going to be of tonight's cash game live stream, as well as who do you think will be involved in the biggest pot of the night.
There y'all getting that play. We'll get the deductions in our rate in our hourly time for this.
Alrighty, looks like they're getting just about finished over here. We have Jeff in the chat saying that Memphis will be involved in a big pot.
Are you playing my game? Are you playing the game?
Memphis referring to Cody there. Oh, hey, Jeff. How's it going, man?
That's a good point. He was so sad.
I was like, I heard someone call Cody Memphis the other day at our late into the night 5-5 game that we had the other day. I was sitting next to Jeff, so good to see you here in the chat, man. Hope you're doing all right. Fun playing that big game with you the other day here. But I agree, like I've been saying, Cody, aka Memphis, not afraid to get involved in big pots with big bets with nuts or air. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays this out. But Deshane, our new player, going to go ahead and come in for the $10. Big Fish is going to raise his king queen, and right away, little prediction going here. So Cody with the ace 3 suited, going to go ahead and raise it up to 115 here. I like that 3-bet with a suited ace, especially entering a pot out of position in the small blind. Big Fish going to go ahead and make the call. So ace versus king queen here. Let's see a flop. Ooh, wow. Action flop. We have flopped 2 pair versus the nut flush draw. These are the boards that big pots are made of. Let's see how this hand plays out. Cody going to go ahead and c-bet as he would do with pretty much his entire range here, especially when you flop the nut flush draw. And Big Fish probably going to go ahead and raise for protection right away, since he pretty much could not have flopped harder and wants to avoid the flush coming in. So yeah, he's going to go ahead and raise right away. Cody, I'm sure, not going to be surprised to see a raise come from any sort of king here, but especially a flop 2 pair like this. If I'm Cody in this spot, I'm thinking that, even an ace might be live here if I turn it, but unfortunately his only outs are going to be to a heart here, or of course running straight. He's going to go ahead and make the smooth call here with the nut flush draw. Currently have a big pot going and hits it right away. Merry Christmas to the 1 seat right off the bat here. Let's see how he's going to proceed. He was... Oh, and is going to go ahead and lead out here. Not going to check to the last aggressor. I like this play, especially knowing Big Fish is likely to check that card back there, so Cody would lose a street of value here. But the lead out can sometimes actually look weaker, and for that reason, Big Fish does make the call. Because, it's hard to say that someone's going to lead out with the nut flush exactly here. And so, like I said, I do like this lead out, even though he could have checked the last aggressor, because he doesn't lose the street of value here. Board does pair on the river, which is a little concerning. He does go ahead and check it back in case Big Fish has pocket kings or pocket queens here. Let's see how Fish proceeds on this. Seeing as we haven't had cards on their backs yet. It looks like he did check it back. Cody's still going to win a nice one there. Probably wishing the board didn't pair so he could go for another street of value there. And Big Fish just checking back. He has a lot of showdown with top 2 pair. If the heart didn't come in, he probably could have looked to squeeze value from any other king that then hit 2 pair with a queen, but decides he's got plenty of showdown here. Pot's big enough. And Cody wins another nice one there. And Jeff, as predicted, Cody was involved in a big pot right away.
Call if you can. Yeah. You could have had aces or kings. But you could have bordered up on the river.
Deshane, new player here, opening it up. It's a $30 with the pocket nines. Does pretty much get a walk. Everybody folds. Just gonna take down the blinds here. Honestly, I'd rather just take down the blinds with a hand like pocket nines, unless I basically can see a cheap flop and flop a set there. Ooh, but right away, next hand up, we've got two pocket pairs again. David now with the pocket nines and Steven right behind with the pocket jacks. Yep, and we're going to see a bet and probably a re-raise. So we had some guys in the chat asking for Steven to get involved in a pot. I think this is going to be the one. Yep, In is going to go ahead and raise quite large here. Looks like 250. Yep, so David opens with the nines. Steven's going to raise to 250 here with the pocket jacks. And does fold all the way around. Oh, and David's only got 65 behind, so he was writing out the small stack there. He's just going to go ahead and call off his last 90 here. Looks like they're asking if they want to run it once or twice. They're going to go twice. And we have jacks versus nines here. David with the spade, but backdoor spades doesn't come in, and he does hit. Steven hits his set on the first one. David now looking for a 9 and a 9 only, maybe running straight draw, doesn't come. And Jack's going to hold for a little modest pot there, only taking down David's $110, but does get all of the other riffraff out of there, like the king and overcard hands. Seeing the canes once again at all the players' tables here, making me hungry myself. I'm a degen and have not eaten today, so for any supporters of your one and only commentator for this evening, Josh, in the chat, if anybody has recommendations for what I should eat for dinner, I'm open to suggestions. Yeah, Napalm, shocked that David didn't add on earlier. I agree, but he did just go ahead and ride out that first buy-in to basically the very end there, which I've seen him do a couple times. He's not always one to necessarily just rebuy huge right away, but does look like he has gone ahead with his second bullet. And we do have another action flop underway between Lil Raj and Cody here. So Lil Raj flopping two pair, Cody with the open-ended straight and flush draw. I actually like Cody's hand here in this situation. Raj is being very vulnerable here. Raj confused. What is Cody calling with here? Could see that on his face. He's like, I've got two pair. What do you have? Cody looking for a king or an 8 or a club here. Has basically the world as his outs to the nuts, basically. And Lil Raj basically just needs to bet for protection here. Does have the best hand. Is going to go ahead and bet for value for 175. Going to charge any of these draws, whether that be straight or flush. And Cody just happens to have both and to the nuts, at least for the straight draws. And he's going to bring the boom right now. This is kind of one of the things that I was talking about earlier, that Cody is not afraid to get involved in big pots with nuts or air. And this bet is actually going to put a lot of pressure on Raj right now. Yes, he's got two pair, which is a good hand, but very vulnerable to even something like a flopped Jack 8 or even a set of 9s. And it totally bricks out here. So let's see how Cody is going to proceed. And Raj feels good about the brick with the clubs not coming in. So is going to go ahead and kind of put a little block bet out here of 175. Oh, he knows exactly what he's doing with this bet. It's probably to induce a raise from a missed flush draw here. And let's see if Cody takes the bait. We got Jeff with the Chili's recommendation. I actually really like that recommendation. Chili's has been on the come up. I think they're pretty fire. The fried mozzarella, if you get it with the honey chipotle sauce. And yep, looks like Cody is going to take the bait here. Sorry, back to the poker. Lil Raj, like I said, he knew exactly what he was doing with the little blocker bet. He wanted to induce a raise here, but let's see if he can kind of hang on with it. Cody now here sweating for his life. Raj doesn't love it, but yep, tosses in the call, and he's good. That blocker bet worked to perfection, which is why Lil Raj can be such a dangerous player. I played with him many times, and you never really know. But that was a very nice play on his end. Kind of worked for perfection there. Basically putting a blocker that can maybe, I guess, be perceived on Cody's end as a one pair at best sort of hand that he decided to pounce on. Unfortunately, Raj had just enough to stick around with the two pair there. All the draws missed. No other straights came in unless you flopped it. The flush missed. So 10-7, pretty good here. I kind of like that play, although I could also see a check there, but block bet was essentially the same thing. And that's just me personally. I'm not talking GTO or anything. I'm just thinking it out. But I do like the way that Raj played that, because I think with the block bet of that sizing, he made the bluff re-raise bigger than it might have normally been. You know, he might have, if he checked there, Cody might go for like a $400 bluff that just looks like a value bet, especially after the turn sizing. But really good play on Lil Raj, and kind of just sucks for Cody in that hand. He really had the world there, and everything bricked. You can kind of see the frustration on him. He's pulling out his second rebuy, or I guess his first rebuy, but a second buy-in here to at least add on a little bit. And Deshane now waking up with the pocket queens. Gonna go ahead and raise it up to $200 after a 3-bet from Spooky with the pocket 9. So we've got a couple of premiums coming head to head here. This could be one of those big pots that we're looking for as well, although we did just see a really solid one. But wow, David playing a little bit tighter there with the ace king is just going to go ahead and make the smooth call, probably for the best here, and that's going to let Spooky in the door as well. So now we're 3 ways to a flop with a couple of premiums here. 2 pocket pairs against ace king. Oh! And wow, action flop city again. Spooky with bottom set, David with top pair. Queens is basically dead at this point to a 10. But I do like the downsize C-bet there. And of course, David's going to bring the boom right away and is actually going to run into some trouble here. Kind of feel bad for David, especially after this recent rebuy. Kind of flops basically what you feel like is the nuts, but runs into, unfortunately, this, which I think could have been avoided if he went for that cold 4-bet with ace-king suited, but I don't mind a smooth call with ace-king off out of position, or in late position. Again, it is not a pair, but I think if he would have re-raised there, Deshane might have stuck it in, they would have got it all in, and then ace-king would have hit. Oh, but Deshane's going to jam with second pair. After Spooky just smooth calls the 355. Oh, David almost snap folds, but is now thinking about it. This is a very action hand here. I'm surprised Deshane shoved it in. Oh, he's not going to like this, but I think he knows with his straight draw outs, he's not necessarily drawing dead. And good on David for not snap calling. You can see he's frustrated, but does let it go. Wow. Amazing play by David there, and Spooky basically just loving life here. Doesn't snap, or does call. I was going to say maybe a little bit worried about the straight already being there, but Deshane going to go ahead and get stacked here. Now Spooky with a boat, it's over. The straight does come in. That's so sad, but does have a boat. It's going to get scooped. And David probably feeling like king of the world with that fold. Yeah, he lost about 350 there, but good on him for almost initially snap folding and then thinking about it a little bit more, and then letting it go. I think many players, it's hard to let go of up top there, but pretty wet, ugly board. Straights are there, 2 pairs are there. Of course, a set was in there, so. But that was a action-packed hand there. Pocket queens versus ace king, that flop top pair, and then a set of 9s. Like I said, I think the only way that hand could have potentially played differently is if David went with a cold 4-bet, but in such a deep game, a hand with no pair in a cold 4-bet can be a little scary, so I see the smooth call there. I'd probably do the same thing, but did let pocket 9s in the door with that, whereas otherwise might have actually won a big pot there if it was just heads up between him and the queens, but queens probably re-raises after that. Maybe. I'm not too sure how Deshane plays, if he would have re-raised there, if he would have just smooth called the 4-bet, but David does live to see another day. Yes, did take a beat there for a little bit, but does live to see another day. But very action couple of hands here. A lot of wet boards with a lot of hands getting involved there. So next up we do have Queen Jack from David. Top pair good kicker here. Currently the best hand, but Steven with a gut shot to an 8. And backdoor clubs, which do not come in. So 3 spades out there. And top pair, now 2 pairs, probably going to be good here. And what is David going to do here? Decides not to bet. Steven waves the white flag. And here is that cumulative winning stacks that we asked for. So Lil Raj currently the biggest winner here. Wow, probably after that huge hand against Cody. So like I said, Cody not afraid to get involved big and can occasionally be at the benefit of the other players involved, but at the same time he can do pretty well on his own. But Lil Raj up, the biggest winner currently after that hand. And nice to see all of our stats going around now. So we've got our VPIP and our cumulative win-loss stats going on. Kudos in the chat for all of you that requested it. Keep those requests coming in. Anything that you want to see, any sorts of games that you want to see. I know we're looking at getting a 1-2 live stream going, potentially with some fun side games included, whether it be 7 deuce, progressive stand-up, squid game, what have you. But if there's any sort of special live streams or certain types of games you guys want to see, go ahead and comment in the chat what sort of games you want to see. Any of y'all want to get involved in some games as well, let us know. Come play at PH. Again, our slogan is your game, your club. Really, we can have any sorts of games that you guys might want to get involved in. But we do have some small hands underway here. And Raj currently our chip leader with his current big 2K plus win that he's currently sitting on. Probably feels good to have that win. Nice little recovery session after a 5-5 game we played the other day. Fortunately, he was betting into me when I had quads, so worked out in my benefit, but took a massive pot in a deep stack game off of him on that day. So looks like he's recovered all that and then some, so he's doing just fine. And we got Napalm with the request of strip poker. Not opposed to the idea, but we'll have to see what all the cumulative interest and or restrictions of the card room here have for us on that. But I do know that we may or may not have. I don't know. I'm not going to say that. Disregard. But we do have another hand underway here. We got Big Fish with top pair, good kicker. Spooky with second pair, backdoor draws, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. But Big Fish playing his hands pretty straight up here. Going to go ahead and raise his top pair right away. And seeing Spooky already tank, feels good about it. And Spooky going to give him a lot of respect here. Does go ahead and just lay it down. Doesn't need to chase.
I've misread my hand with thinking I had kings for a second, but I had king 10. Like, I've done the opposite.
But, yeah, if we need to see Josh's 1-2 strip poker game going,
Or when you look at queen 6, and you think the 6
let us know.
curvature is a queen, and then you look at it before, and yeah, we've all done that. You've never done that? No?
Personally, I want to do a 1-2 Casino Royale where, very ironically, everybody dresses up in like very nice suits, but you can also dress it up and down at the same time. So like put on a tuxedo, but then wear your Baylor hat. Saying that specifically for some people here in the chat here. We got Baylor Dave.
Hey, you can get a plate, but
Want to see him in a tuxedo with a Baylor hat, or in a tuxedo with a Baylor hoodie over the blazer. That's what we need to see. I need to see the blazer jacket and bow tie coming through the zipped up Baylor hoodie. But yeah, 1-2 Casino Royale to where it's a 1-2 game, but kind of ironically dressing like James Bond characters.
If you in, I in.
I folded, man. 'Cause I'm
Why? Why? Why you scared of that guy?
scared of him, man. I didn't have a good
As we get this next hand underway, we've got Kenny with the pocket fives and does hit a set. Beautiful. Always a nice day when you flop a set. Kenny kind of running hot here today. And needs to probably start betting or raising for protection here as straight draws come in with 2 flush draws out on the board. And he's probably going to go ahead and bring the boom right now on this street. Did check that flop to let some other players catch up. It looked like it checked all the way through, and he does go ahead and raise to 230 right now. Bucket with bottom pair and a straight draw is going to go ahead and make the call, I believe. And River does have Kenny bowed up here, kind of praying his opponent has a jack here or diamonds, but Bucket doesn't really have much here unless he all of a sudden thinks that Kenny bricked clubs or something and his 2 pair jacks and deuces with an ace kicker is good.
I think you're right. I don't think we would have folded. I think it's just a fold. Anytime love yours. Now you know. So now we'll get it. Now you know.
Now you'll get him, yeah. Now, and then possibly set up cooler in your favor. That's all you gotta wait for.
That's
Good deal?
assuming that I could ever make a vote.
That's what I'm saying. Like, as you're like, now we got
I get a rubber
if
wrap
we
and
wait a
6
few more
holes in it.
weeks for the perfect cooler.
Yeah, that's the only kind of shit I get a rubber wrap and 6 holes.
But yeah, any sorts of fun live streams you want to see, or let's say we do some sort of 1-2 live stream, whether it's my Josh's 1-2 Casino Royale, kind of just a wishful dream on my end there, but if we were to do a 1-2 live stream, what sort of fun contingencies do you want to see with that? I think a 1-2 uncapped, but then it kind of just plays like 5-5, I guess. So maybe 1-2 with $1,000 cap just to make it a little bit bigger without getting too crazy. But I do like the Casino Royale, where again everybody just kind of ironically dressed in the best or a funny version of the best that you have to offer. I want to see some suits, some tuxedos. I want to see a table full of very dapper looking individuals, and then throw on your large card room baseball cap like the one that I have. But next up here we've got Spooky with pocket jacks. Gonna go ahead and c-bet it here. Bucket has best hand currently with top pair of aces here, is going to go ahead and raise right away. Spooky probably handcuffed in this situation to not really be able to do much and just let it go. 2 overs to his pocket jacks here. Ooh, 5-card bomb pot request from Napalm. That could be a fun introduction to a 1-2 game for sure. Definitely makes the gambliness of it all that much more. And Spooky is going to go ahead and lay this down here. But yeah, 5-card bomb pot. I've actually personally never played a 5-card bomb pot. It just seems like it'll be too much insanity. But I'll put that request in, and I think for that one specifically, we will just only be at the mercy of what our card readers and graphics can handle. I know that even introducing the 4-card bomb pot into today's game is definitely putting Mikey to the test on his abilities, but Mikey is the man, killing it with, especially with our cumulative win and VPIP graphics here today. So shout out to Mikey for sure. Yep, exactly. Everything gets there. Everything gets there in bomb pots, and you can flop the nuts on both boards and still lose the hand in the 4-card PLO. So again, I think we're kind of just at the mercy of what the graphics can handle, but definitely not afraid to get that involved. I will say the 5-5 table we played here the other day, we did you could see a rotating bomb pot button, but we did a rotating PLO button. So every time the buttons lined up, we did a hand of just regular PLO, not bomb pot style. That was pretty fun. Definitely action, and kind of keeps you on your toes because it's different switching from everybody seeing a flop to now some pre-flop PLO action. Kind of forcing you to start to learn how to play with good PLO hands. Jeff, I didn't forget about you. Still thinking about that Chili's. I'm afraid they're not going to be open by the time I get out of here, and that's just fine. I'm having a fantastic time hanging out with you all again. Thanks to everybody here tuning in to the PH Social live stream. For any of our members that are joining us here today, great to have you all here in the chat. Good to see TiVo and Dave and Caleb and Jeff, everybody here. Glad you guys could join us. Very friendly environment here, even in this high stakes live stream. Everybody here is good buddies. Great players. Everybody's super friendly. Amazing staff, like was mentioned earlier. From Carla. You know, they provide food, great atmosphere, fun promotions like the new Aces Cracked Rack Attack, which I've never heard of anything like that, so I think that's a really cool concept to the game here. But next hand underway as Big Fish has a pair of 8s, basically an open ender here, whereas Bucket has second pair for currently 2 pair. Ooh, and the 8s get there. Wow, bottom pair, and he makes it. Bucket not too happy about that, especially with the spade draw. But I don't think he's too upset either. Only lost a small one here into his good buddy Big Fish, so. Pump says PH used to have a regular 5-card bomb pot Congress game. It was amazing for a few months before it died. Yeah, you know, like, we can get any of those games going that you guys want. We just need the players to come out. So if you want to get those games going, let's get them going. Come on out here, and, you know, definitely kind of go out of your way to get them scheduled ahead of time.
I did not know. I swear I did not know how to use it.
$10 bomb pot, guys.
No, I did not know how to stream.
But if you want to see those sorts of games going again here in the card room, you know, stop on by for any of the cash games that we have now, and, you know, talk to the floor about seeing if you want to get a game going. If you know, ask around to some of the players that you know that might be interested, and then just let us know. And if you want to start a Congress game on a Wednesday at a certain time, you know, we can try to get it going if you guys have the players interested. All right, Napalm, you're gonna have to forgive me on this one. But what is Oma Jack? And I will add that Mikey just stepped in here to fix something on the technicals, and he saw your comment and kind of giggled as he walked out. So, is it a super gambly game, even more so than 5-card Congress? I'd imagine so. There are a lot of gambly game requests here. I like them. I'm here for them. We should see them. Like I said, if you want to get these games going, come on by, play a 1-1 or a 1-2 cash game here with us, and ask around and see what all players. I'm sure there's a lot of players in the room that like those sorts of games that are more than happy to play as long as the game's going. And so find a player pool, and kind of to get them rolling. We might have to look at just scheduling one that, like, hey, let's come out on a Wednesday at 1 and play some 5-card Omaha or Congress, but until we get it kind of going organically. But again, PH Social, your game, your club, we're here to play what you all want to play. So it's a split pot game. Best 2 cards must be played on an Omaha hand. Remaining 3 cards play as a blackjack hand. Wow. So how does the blackjack hand play against other players? Or does there need to be like a house involved? Probably not, if I had to guess, but explain that one to me. Sounds cool though. Kind of like a high-low, but a little bit different. But as we're doing that, everybody gear up for this next bomb pot hand. We're looking for stacks to fly. This is going to be one of those times. Hopefully we see kind of some action boards coming out. Again, I'm not going to commentate too much on all the individual holdings with so many different hand potentials out there, but let's see some energy in the chat for, of course, these players will rebuy, I'm sure, but I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there. Let's see a table-breaking bomb pot. Not table breaking actually, but I want to see some stack carnage. Oh, if everybody busts, all the money goes towards the Omaha hand. Oh, so kind of like a splash pot situation. Am I assuming that correctly, Napalm? The busted money goes essentially into a splash pot of sorts. I'm going to try to see what all we have going on here on these boards here. So Jack 8-5, 10-8-3, basically as usual, every player with a straight draw. Nobody with a hard draw, nobody with a spade draw here. What do we got? We have 10-8 and pocket queens. And Bucket just going to go ahead and take this one down. Not quite the big pot energy that we were looking for. But looked like kind of a very specific board, and a lot of players just not quite connected enough. It's a little dangerous. I'm seeing a seat open on the exact seat that I sat on in the last live stream that had Frankie C and Kitty Quo on it. I feel like it's calling my name, but I feel a lot safer and more in control of my finances sitting here in the booth, hanging out with you guys, than at that crazy table. Not trying to run my queens into a set. Sorry, y'all. I was kind of leaning back in my seat there. I got a little far away from the mic, so my audio got a little bit lower. My bad. We're back. Yep, and actually I definitely don't want that seat with Bucket to my, what would be my direct left there. I prefer to be on Bucket's left. Let him bet into me with whatever I have. And we've got potentially a good hand brewing here, but looks like nobody really has much, and David's got king, so he is going to take a walk here, and looks like he's frustrated about it and wanted to see some action coming his way there, but I'd rather win a small pot than get my kings cracked in that scenario. So David's going to scoop a nice little pot there. Think you guys might be able to hear the table talk more than I can. I can't really hear what they're saying at all, but looked like Bucket was shaking his head there. So I imagine David made some sort of complaint about, the fact that he just took it down so cheaply, and Bucket's probably made some sort of jab about, hey, at least you got pocket kings. At least that's kind of the vibe I was getting from that interaction. But next one coming up here. So Cody is actually going to raise here with the ace-5 of spades, so opens to 20. This could be interesting. Like I said, Cody tends to be very aggro player when he gets to flops here. Spooky going to call on his direct left with the jack-10 of clubs, and we're going to get a multi-way pot going here. Let's see this. Bucket is going to get involved with, like I said, the Bucket special, any hand with a deuce in it, but this is the best hand with the deuce in it with the 7 deuce off. But as we get to the flop here, we've got Cody flops top pair, feeling pretty good about it, I imagine. Probably needs a little bit of redemption after that little bit of a big hand he bluffed into Raj there, so it's going to check all the way down, it looks like. We have the king of hearts going to come out here, so some unlikely straights. Spooky does have the jack-10 here, and with it checking all the way on the flop, he might have thought that his jack was good by the turn, but not with the second overcard out there. But he does turn a straight draw. Gut shot to the queen here. No player with a hard draw in their hand, but Cody feeling good about top pair at this point, and looks like probably he's going to just go ahead and take this down. Wins a nice little modest pot of $70 there. Nice hand, Cody. Got our cumulative winnings going on again. Not sure if TiVo's still here in the chat, but as requested, Lil Raj still our current big winner as of now. Let's see how these stats hold up as the night continues. Raj never won to go into lockdown mode, so still very likely to get into a big one here at some point in the night. And honestly, I kind of want to see Cody get involved on the right side of a big one as well. I know he had a couple of those good hands with the nut flush and all those sorts of things, and unfortunately kind of bluffs him off here. But now 2 premiums running into each other once again. Spooky, unfortunately, kind of in a rough spot here with ace-queen, but is going to go ahead and open it up as it is a premium. And going to get raised right away to his left, which is kind of what he's been experiencing all night, with Kenny not only running hot, but running hot exactly in hands against Spooky. So Spooky's going to open it up with ace-queen, bit of a premium here. Let's see if he's going to go ahead and make the smooth call or go for another re-raise. But Kenny sitting there with pocket queens does go ahead and make the smooth call here. So we're going to go heads up to a flop. Spooky basically looking for an ace and an ace only. A queen high board would be brutal, but only 1 queen left in the deck. So let's see what happens when we get to a flop. And queens does flop an overpair here, and he's going to trap it with the snap check back, and probably worked out for the best, assuming Spooky doesn't get there, as he does open the door for Spooky to hit this backdoor nut flush draw with his ace of clubs. Kenny holding the queen of clubs, so probably is less concerned about a club draw getting there than he should be. But with the queen high clubs, you still know that there's 2 other overs that could get there. Probably worried that he let a flush draw hit right now, but I don't think he can get away from it just yet, especially not for a half pot size bet there. So he's going to go ahead and make the call. Oh, and the ace gets there. He trapped himself. I do this myself at times. It does check it back. Spooky's going to win. Thankfully, for Kenny's sake, a small one there, but nice hand is Spooky. I think he played it very well. Maintained pot control on that one, kind of just to let himself get there. Turns the nut flush draw, rivers an ace. Kind of the best case scenario, especially when he was drawing very slim. with his ace queen against pocket queens there. Ooh, and TiVo with a PLO live stream. I actually really like that idea as well. Just a PLO only live stream. So I imagine like not even any bomb pots, just full PLO only. But we would need to find a very specific player pool that is good at playing PLO. But hey, TiVo, let's get it going. Do you like PLO? Does Timmy Run Good work on PLO? Personally, as a No Limit Hold'em player myself, I am not studied enough on the PLO. I've barely gotten to the point of being somewhat decent at these PLO bomb pots. Napalm with the boo. Well, no, not that we couldn't do bomb pots. I'm just asking if that's what TiVo is referring to. But hey, let's do maybe PLO with the PLO bomb pot. I think that's essentially the same, so I don't see why not. But I do think a PLO game would be good. Maybe a 1-2 PLO. I'd be down to play that. So let's see a game going for a 1-2 PLO game. Might help get my skills up for that specifically. But next hand underway here on a 10-6-4 2 clubs board, we do have Spooky with second pair, pocket nines. Big Fish does flop top pair here. Little Raj, not really much here, except for backdoor, straight draws. Same for Cody, probably just going to let it go. Spooky going to give Kenny a fold peek here. And David actually let out, oh no, folded it looks like, but the straight draws starting to come in here. 4, 5, 6 now on the board. So Bucket can hit an 8 here. And sorry, Big Fish actually flopped 2 pair. Missed that earlier, so he's kind of got a current hammer lock on this board. But Bucket now with an open ender to the nuts. But does go ahead and make the call here. The 3 and 8 both bricked. Backdoor clubs do come in, so I'm sure Big Fish doesn't feel super comfortable about this. And Bucket gonna put the pressure on. This is what we were waiting for, guys. And you guys did call it earlier. Big Fish versus Bucket. And just like we said, Bucket playing tight, except against his buddy Big Fish. And Big Fish checks. Clubs get there. Bucket's gonna rep him, and he instantly puts the pressure on. Big Fish hating this right now, but let's see if he can sniff it out against his buddy Bucket. And knowing that Bucket can kind of have a wide range of hands, it is very polarizing. He could very easily have air here, just like he does. But Big Fish also knows Bucket could somehow turn up with a straight flush here, but he does sniff it out and makes the hero call with top 2 pair. Nice hand to Big Fish, and I do like that play from Bucket. Put a lot of pressure on his friend there. Everything got there. A 3, the clubs. That was the perfect card to bluff on. And, you know, Big Fish kind of played it a little face up with, you know, a top pair-ish type of hand, which is essentially what 10-6 turned into by the river. You know, it's kind of just a bluff catcher there. So I do like that play from Bucket. Put a lot of pressure. And we had some predictions there in the chat that you guys thought that exact hand would, or type of hand would go down. So starting to see some action from Bucket there, who is just here to play and have a good time. Fortunately, bluff did not go through that time, but it was a very good bluff. I might have to make that fold there personally. But good on Big Fish for making that hero call. I'm sure he feels very good about that one. Bucket, I'm sure, not too upset. Again, bluffing into one of his good friends. But as we get this next hand underway here, want to continue to hear how you guys are doing over there in the chat. Have our viewers coming up here. This is awesome. Glad you all can join us here on this Monday evening here at the PH Social live stream.
I was hoping you would. I didn't have a pair, but
Napalm here. Once bucket drops below 1K, watch him start jamming or add on, and that's when the game's going to get interesting. I agree. That is what he's known for. But still sitting here with just over 1K or so. Looks like about 1,100, maybe 1,050, it looks like. Definitely a very playable stack still, even at these levels. So, but with him maybe potentially slightly frustrated with that bluff not working out, could still be a little actiony here, and I'd be very interested to see what happens once Bucket does catch a hand here. But Lil Raj calling with the Queen Jack. Kenny is going to wake up here with the Ace King. Let's see how he plays it. After the $25 straddle's on, definitely going to raise it up. He does to 150. And Spooky, once again, at the wrath of Kenny on his left, who always seems to wake up with premiums whenever he decides to get involved in a hand. But Bucket does call with the Jack-8 suited here. And Lil Raj in there with the Queen Jack off. And let's see how this one unravels, as basically all players whiff here. But Kenny going to continue to put the pressure on with the best hand. He's got Ace King. Let's see if Bucket decides to rep the low cards that he knows is in his range. He does not, and Lil Raj probably going to get out of there. 200 might be too big for Lil Raj to float, although I did mention earlier he does like to sometimes float with specific hands, but does decide to lay this one down, and can he get a win? A nice little pot here with the best hand. Here's our current chip count. So David's still sitting a little short stacked, I guess, after he rebought, and on that Ace King hand he lost most of his second buy-in, but did make that great fold. And Lil Raj, basically the king of the table right now. Good for him. Sitting on a mega stack. It's a Frankie C and Kitty Quo size stack right there. And next up, we have first to act David with his first premium in a little while here. He's got the Ace Jack. Let's see, was this a smooth call or did he raise? Does go ahead and raise to 50. Steven's going to be out of there. We need to see some more requests for Steven to play hands over here in the chat. Steven playing pretty tight, but good for him. He's playing well, and also just hasn't really had a lot of good hands here. But Spooky waking up with his first premium, and this time probably praying that Kenny woke up with something. Unfortunately, he does not. But we have Pocket Kings versus Ace Jack, which David is going to go ahead and rip it in as the short stack here, and Big Fish trying to decide if his ace is live, but does make a good laydown here. Let's see if they go once or twice. Looks like they're duking it out. I'm sure David asked for twice. And maybe they're just doing it once since it is a small-ish pot compared to how large the game is playing. But no, it is twice. So Spooky going to win the first one, and looking like he's going to win the next one here. David needed those 10s on the other board there. But, yep, Spooky is going to take this down with Pocket Kings here. Nice hand to Spooky.
What are the odds that board comes out? And if y'all go once, it has to be runner. And he's gonna keep
And I can't tell, did we lose David, or is he going to get his third rebuy? Kind of getting a little beat up at this table tonight. He's actually been playing very well and picking up a couple of premiums that just aren't holding up the way that they need to today, but we're all no stranger to the variance that the game has to offer, and sometimes they can't help but smash every single flop, and sometimes you're kind of just running cold even when you hit premiums. They just don't hold the way that you want them to. But not to say that there won't be plenty of action continuing this evening. And right away, as Spooky basically in the middle of a heater at this moment, goes from kings to aces right now. Cody's going to raise it up with the queen nine off and run into trouble right away as Spooky raises it up. And with Cody being the open raiser here, I wouldn't be surprised, as long as the pot doesn't get raised again, for Cody to go ahead and make the call here and see. But let's see what he decides to do here with the queen nine off. Might let it go and live to see another day, and that's exactly what he does. Probably needs his hand to be just a little bit stronger to stick around there. Again, never the best hand to be involved with in general, but once you're the open raiser, you know, kind of decide if you are open to gambling or not. But you might have needed a suited queen with a slightly higher kicker variety to be involved, like a queen jack of clubs or a queen 10 of clubs. But Spooky gonna win a little modest one there on that little mild heater, like I said, going from kings to aces back to back there.
There we go. Oh, yeah, I'm scared now because last time
We've got Noemi in the chat requesting some action. I agree. I want to see some action hands.
I just want to get the first winning hand.
Aces was definitely action potential. Unfortunately, nobody really had anything. And funny enough here, Cody going to wake up with the queen nine again, this time in the suited variety. But does lay it down. Didn't work for him the first time and doesn't think it's going to work this time. So does make a good fold there after little Raj raises to queen 10. And I like Cody's fold because you don't know what players behind you are going to do. Let's see how we go around. Bucket with the king 8 does make the call, and big fish 4-3 off. Almost folds and then giggles. You can see the giggle as he decides to play it. Since we can see the hands, it's kind of funny knowing exactly what went on in his head. He knows it's a trash hand, but he decides to play it. He literally picked up his cards to fold and then giggles and goes to make the call. Unsurprisingly, he whiffed everything. Poor Cody would have flopped top two pair and would have been in a really good situation as Raj had top pair as well. But Raj going to go ahead and take this down with top pair there, continuing his run good. But thank you again to all the viewers in the chat. Hope to see you guys here at some local cash games here at PH Social. We've got some awesome games going every single day. Again, new bonuses going on. Brand new one this week with the Aces Cracked Rack Attack. Get your aces cracked. You can play a mini game with the floor by racking up as many chips as you can into a rack to basically get a small rebate off of your aces getting cracked. As well as we still have our flush rush promotion going on, currently around 1,800, I believe. If you get one flush in each suit between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., you can win what I believe is currently $1,800. Next up here, we have Kenny with the Queen 8 suited. Going to go ahead and open it up. And little Raj waking up with a premium here. Ace Jack suited. Does just make the smooth call here. Off to a flop. Somewhat action here. Raj with 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, and Kenny with a gut shot, but also the flush draw as well. So going to go ahead and bet out there. And Raj basically snap calls. Backdoor hard draw, backdoor straight draw, and does turn top pair while Kenny hits his flush with straight flush draw potential for a 10 of clubs there. But Now Lil Raj is going to donk out here with top kicker, which is no good. Probably thinking that Kenny has a top pair hand, like ace 10 or something like that here. But little does he know, he's running into the flush here. Ooh, and this could get him in a lot of trouble as he turns trips. Raj probably feeling really good about his hand here and is not going to love it when Kenny comes in for the raise that I imagine is about to come here. But Kenny probably not loving that the board paired, but can't really go anywhere, so he's at least calling. But let's see if he feels good enough about his hand to go for a raise here and put Raj in a really tough spot with trips. There's no way Raj is folding. If a raise does come, he's probably just going to make a snap call and see the bad news. But let's see what Kenny decides to do. I imagine a little bit of table talk going on here as Kenny trying to decide if his hand is the best hand and is strong enough to go for a raise. Oh, and does just make the smooth call. Misses out on a little bit of value here, but on a paired board, I get it. Paired board, and also you lose to a couple other flushes here, like the ace high and the king high flush, so I don't mind a smooth call there either. Kind of hard to gauge whether you feel like you have the best hand, because what do you lose to there? You lose to jack 9, jack 10, pocket 10s, pocket 9s, and 2 higher flushes, so not necessarily the nuts there. But is going to win a nice one either way, and his run good kind of continues. Kenny's been running very well tonight. Cody with the $10 straddle. Spooky's going to be first act here with what looks to be the ace-4 off. Just going to go ahead and lay it down. Kenny next up, 5-4 off. Garbage, throws it away. Bucket in there with the 7-4 off. We're going to need to see those VPIP stats come up again. I don't know if Mikey's listening while he's also doing the technicals, but commentator Josh is requesting VPIP stats because I want to see if Buckets is still the highest. It probably is, but now I want to see compared to everybody else. On the other side of things, we still have yet to see Steven get in a pot other than that Jack's hand against David early on in the night when he got it all in against David short stack with pocket 9s there. Haven't really seen him get involved in any other pots, but I don't think he's had much of playable hands. Big fish here with bottom pair and a flush draw. I love a good pair and flush draw type of board. Lil Raj is going to go ahead and float with second pair here. Technically the best hand. And Big Fish going to continue here, putting pressure on what is the better hand, but if he can keep it up, Raj is not going to love most river bets here with just second pair. And now with a 4-liner to a straight and no flush coming in, Big Fish might have to shut it down, and Raj will probably check this one back, and that is what happens. King's going to be good here. Big Fish upset that his flush draw did not hit, but kind of loses the minimum there. Raj still up about 1.6. No longer the biggest winner. Basically traded with Kenny there, especially after specifically losing that ace-jack hand to Kenny there. But I want to hear from you guys. How are we doing in the chat? What do you guys want to see? What do you want to hear? What should we talk about? What goofy stuff should I be bringing up? Hopefully on the next one, Nick or Dave or somebody can be joining in so we can have some goofy, raunchy banter. But I'm happy to have some goofy banter with you all in the chat regardless. But at the same time, also happy to stick to the poker. I enjoy the action. I enjoy going over each of these players' specific hands, so more than happy to keep it poker specific as well. But I want to hear from you all again. PH Social, your game, your club. It's your game too, even in the chat. Whatever you guys want to see. Next up here, Raj with the ace king. Spooky with second pair. Non-believer does go ahead and make the call. Bucket was actually the leader here, and Raj does get there with the ace king. Basically a hammer lock on this hand. It's gonna go ahead and bid out for 85 here. Let's see if Spooky's still a non-believer. Probably hard, yeah, with 2 overs there at that point. Little Raj is gonna take down a nice 120 there. We've got a little 7-handed game going here. Still a very solid lineup and great game. The 5-5 game we played just the other night, I think we were 4 or 5-handed for majority of the night. And it was still a great and action-packed game with several players from this exact lineup involved. So, got Noemi in the chat requesting the pocket jiggities. Hope to see them sometime soon. We saw them earlier with Steven. He had the pocket jiggities. As we get this next hand underway, so Little Raj calling the $25 straddle. Cody going to go ahead and raise it up with the Queen 10 suited here to 90. And Bucket now, finally with a real premium here, does go ahead and bring in the squeeze, which is kind of great for his exact game because everybody knows him to be a loosey-goosey action player. So when he actually wakes up with a premium, unsurprisingly, Cody, not necessarily a non-believer, but knows he can still get in there with any moderately sized hand here, especially like a Queen 10 suited like he has. And both players going to go ahead and whiff here, actually. So kind of let's see how this continues. I'm sure Bucket's going to bring... I was going to say that he was going to keep the pressure going, but does check it back with no pair. Again, plays pretty tight. Knows ace high might be the best hand here. And, ooh, but he lets Cody get there. So Cody now with top pair. Yeah, is he going to feel good enough about this to go for value, especially after a double check through? Probably. So he's going to go ahead and for value, and let's see if Bucket's going to make the call with ace high or if he's going to, yep, and does go ahead and make the call. Frustrated that he let his opponent get there, but what can you do when you don't flop a pair and don't necessarily need to bluff when ace high might be the best hand, which it was. And then it's kind of just one of those unfortunate situations where your hand's not strong enough to bet, but your opponent somehow gets there anyways. But I don't mind the river call there either because you beat a ton of different bluffs, and Cody might have let out with any hand that didn't include a pair there as well, so there's a good percentage of the time where Bucket makes that call and is correct. Just unfortunate that in that exact hand, Cody happened to get there on the river, and nice hand to Cody. Steven still quite not waking up with anything, but as requested in the chat from Noemi, we have pocket jiggities for Cody right here. He's going to go ahead and raise it up to 65. And Bucket is going to rip it with his pair after Kenny calls. Now Cody in the tank here, as he knows that Bucket could very easily be rewarded with a pocket pair better than jacks immediately after that ace king hand, but for only $460, you know, I think Cody can just make that call there, and he does. And let's see if they want to run it twice. It looks like they're going to run it twice. Or once, and Bucket does say I have a pair. Unfortunately, his pair is no good right now unless he can spike a deuce. Backdoor straight draw. Oh, but turns him dead, at least on that run out. So pocket jacks good on that one. Always good to win the first one. Basically free rolling now. Only has to dodge a deuce. He has the only spade. And pocket jiggities. Going to hold there for Cody, so wins 2 back-to-back good hands off of Bucket there. Bucket, I'm sure, frustrated if he wasn't before. But nice hand to Cody there. No good way to play jacks. Napalm with the prediction that Bucket's going to do a 5K rebuy. That would be sick. Let's see what he does here. And I'm very curious if this is a stack of chips just for some current playability while his more chips come, or if he's going to be sitting there riding a $100 buy-in. I think that'd be highly unlikely, but let's see here. I'm sure the graphics will report how much he's going to be buying in for. But Cody, nice little recovery there on those last few hands after that kind of big bad bluff he did against Lil Raj earlier in the stream. When the cumulative win-loss graphics come back up, it'll be interesting to see how Cody is currently doing on his session currently. But Steven here with, oh, here comes Mikey, the man. Shout out to him for taking care of all of our technicals for this evening, but coming in to give Bucket his rebuy here. It does look like about 1,000 or so. I'm seeing the reds, 500 in green, and it looks like 400 in blacks there. So buys in for another 1,000. Bucket does call with the jack 6 off. Funny enough, a hand that I enjoy, and does get rewarded by flopping 2 pair there, and is going to keep trapping it into Steven, who has pocket 8s. But Steven been very tight all night, not going to fall for it. He's going to check it all the way down. Now Bucket's going to go for value here, and Steven might make the hero call for this small bet size. Only $30. I would probably see ones that checked all the way down with any pair that I had as well. So, and Napalm, yep, you're right. He did not buy in for 100. He rebought for 1,000, and is already up a little bit off of that last buy-in. So, shout out to Mikey for bringing his chips in for him, taking great care of all the players here, and keeping our stream running smooth. I feel like we actually have not had any RFID issues tonight or stream camera issues, so going very well. They've been doing a lot of hard work behind the scenes, so we appreciate every single one of them for everything that they do. As we get this next hand underway here, so Cody gonna raise it up with the king queen. Bucket's got a pair again. He's gonna go ahead and call, looking to hit a set of 6s here. Big fish with the suited Robbie hand, holding on to it and giggling once again, but does fold. And Lil Raj gonna get in there with the queen 8 off. Once again, if you're tuning in, welcome to our PH Social live stream. Happy to have you all here. Thanks for joining us on a Monday night. for David's No Cap Monday. Looks like David did go ahead and get busted out and did not rebuy, so we lost David, unfortunately. But Cody here with the straight on a paired board. And Raj with the lower straight. Here's some action here. Little Raj with the queen high straight and Cody with the nut straight, and is going to raise it up here, protecting against any flush draws. And Raj basically snap calls. Going to get himself in a lot of trouble here. Like I said, Raj can be pretty sticky, especially if he has it. But now on a double paired board, this is going to kill the action. Probably going to go check here, unless Lil Raj decides he wants to use this as a bluff opportunity. Unless he thinks he's against any other jack. And for only 150, I think Cody might be priced in enough to just stick in the call here, and if you're wrong, you're wrong. But he happens to be right and was given a pretty cheap price. And I can't tell if this was a blocker bet or a bluff or value. I don't know what this was from Lil Raj, unless he's targeting exactly ace jack here. Yeah, even Cody trying to... I don't think he's deciding if he wants to make a raise here. I think he's just trying to decide if he's about to donate 150 or not. But I don't see how he's folding. Yep, tosses it in. Gonna see that he's got the winner. And to be honest, I think the 9 saved Lil Raj a lot of money. I think if it was a cleanish run out, like a 4 of spades, that he would bet out for value and then get raised and kind of be in a tough spot. Probably still have to make the call there, but I think he lost the minimum. We have YouTube Live saying letting someone play with headphones is wild. Yeah, that was with that one other player, Deshane, earlier. I was kind of surprised. I've seen him around playing at the 1-1 game, so I was kind of surprised to see him on the stream, but happy to have him, and any player that is interested to play. But it looked like he was kind of just there to grind out his game, which more props to him. Unfortunately, didn't run well today, but hope to see him running good at the local tables the next time. But not on the table anymore. We've got a couple of new players that I think are going to be coming in here very shortly. One person coming in to take David's spot here soon. So we'll see how that goes. But we're starting to get this next hand queued up. Looks like a little bit of delay in the graphics there, as we have Lil Raj with King 10 against another pocket pair from Bucket, Pocket 5s. Bucket's actually had quite a lot of pocket pairs tonight, so I feel like he's going to be due to hit a set with one of these in one of these hands. And seeing a King 5 flop here would be spicy. And not quite sure how the action went down there, but oh, and he did hit his set, it looks like. Well, we missed the action, and I guess he bet out, and Raj just folded with just a king there. Kind of a shame that Bucket wasn't able to get value out of that, but does hit his set. I knew he was going to be due with all those pocket pairs, so nice hand to Bucket there. Wins a nice $80 pot. And we'll see if we can get a little Josh cameo going, as I'm going to step out and get a water real quick. Maybe you'll see me in one of the camera angles here.
call when there's like a boat draw there, guys. Look at it, look at it. Nice guy.
1, 8, and 9.
6, 1, 8, and 9. 8, see, 8. Put 4 card on there. Well, I put all 4 of them on. One, see, one number no card. Put 5 on it. 6, 9, right. 6, 9, see. Can you put them on there? It's ball pot, and you miss it.
Hey, man, come down over here. With your 9-6. Hey, 2 of them.
Alrighty, y'all. I'm back just in time for the bomb pot hand underway here. Let's see how we're doing. I like Bucket's hand here. I haven't seen the flops just yet, but as far as the PLO hand goes, it's a pretty hand there. And checking in with you all. How are we doing in the chat? Where's everybody watching from? Big shout out to Napalm. Thanks for being our #1 commenter tonight. You've been killing it. Loving the back and forth. Hope to see you at some local tables one of these days. And like I said, I'm going to go ahead and check out Palace Poker very soon. Maybe sometime this week, just to see what they're about. But still got to shout out and pay homage here to PH Social. Do really have a good time here. And I will say something about getting to know consistent and local players to your card room does make the experience a lot better. Like I said, even the guys on this very stream, just getting up your faces and good people to be playing with, especially here. Dealers are great. Service is great. It was mentioned earlier by one of the commenters, about how they always take good care of us here and bring food and all that good stuff. Even just complimentary food is really nice. So Mr. Cedino looks like he plays some home games. That's awesome. And watching in from home. What is top flight security? I gotcha. Oh, what's up, man? Yeah, I get you. Yeah, great security here. Glad to have you in the chat, man. Welcome in. Once again, thank you to everybody in the chat for joining us. And like I was saying earlier, Napalm, thanks for being one of our top commenters for today. And hope to see you at some local tables sometime, whether it be here or Palace. But yes, sir, we appreciate you. Part of the team, Mr. Cedino. Yeah, nice little scoop for Roger there. Continuing his run good for tonight. Running very well with that monster stack over there. Honestly glad I was not a player of this stream because all of the seats that I would have sat on have been stacked again, and then stacked again to the point where we've had 4 different players. So that's seat 3, 4, 5, and 6 is probably where I would have been seated. And it would have been bad news for me. Who, other than Lil Raj being our biggest winner, is the other real winner of tonight's stream, getting to hang out here, commentating on this awesome live stream with all you guys here in the chat. And I'm going to give you all a little foreshadowing teaser to stay tuned to the live stream. I know we're on a delay here, but I can hear outside the door that sounds like David is coming back to the game, and if I heard correctly, might be buying in huge. Potentially, again, just a little teaser foreshadow, but potentially covering Raj's stack rebuying. So could see some of the crazy action that we've been hoping for coming very, very soon. We're only on a 15-minute delay, so stick around for about 15 more minutes to see David rejoin the table in seat 4, which I believe was the last seat that was open. So if you stepped away, come back to the stream, as it's gonna start getting crazy here very shortly as David re-enters for a big stack from what I believe I heard outside the door. I'm gonna be very interested to see exactly what he's buying in for and how the action gets influenced because of it. Could we see a 10K pot tonight? Let me know what you guys think here in the chat. Ooh, and action coming right away here.
As soon as you called, I was like,
Once again, tune back in. We've got Bucket with pocket aces, and of course, with his very reputation, nobody will believe him at all. Let's see if somebody else wakes up with some sort of premium here or decides to get out of line, as this could be a fun one. Steven with King Queen, first hand we've seen him play in a while, and unfortunately, gonna be in some trouble here. Does make the smooth call. Napalm says Bucket with his 75. He did rebuy with another 1K. So, or no, sorry, wait. He is down. I was looking at Steven's stack. Yeah, I guess not quite the action that we were looking for here, but still probably gonna get a nice double up or triple up here with his aces.
this other guy that came here the other day, he said your brother, you were ahead. I swear, you put your contact up and it said,
However, on a board where players don't really have much, it does get his $75 up to $135 here. Steven continuing his tight play. Been playing very solid all night long, just hasn't quite caught very many hands this evening, but even makes the $50 fold with 2 overs. I might have even floated just for on a short stack jam for only 50 there. But at least he's consistent. $50 is $50. As we discussed earlier, that's basically, especially with how much it costs these days, that's 2 meals at Cane's, but hey, $50. Like I said, for anybody who might have tuned out, tune back in, as very shortly, I believe we're going to see David re-entering his game here for quite a rebuy. Very interested to see alongside you all exactly what that's going to be. Gonna go ahead and turn up the table audio here as well, just so we can hear a little bit what's going on with the players. I know there's not much, hopefully one of these days we can get everybody mic'd up. I think that'd be really cool. but especially as David re-enters the table, I think he re-enters with some gusto here. And hopefully we can at least listen in a little bit to what that's going to be like. As he potentially rebuys for at least matching the big stack at the table. If not more, we will see. But as we get this next hand going, so Steven going to go ahead and play the King 8 suited. Mentioned earlier that I do like that hand. And Mr. Cedino would like to be a commentator. Heck yeah, dude. Come on in. Let us know. If you're here now, come on back here. Chat it up with me, bro. Let's get some banter going. But otherwise, action board. Here we go. Steven with the king high flush draw. Cody flop top set with the queen of spades. So probably won't be too worried about the spade draw here. And is going to go ahead and check it for deception. Let his opponents catch up. Steven with not only the flush draw here, but a straight draw now to go along with it. So did pick up the equity he needs to kind of start giving Cody some action here with his top set. And looks like he is going to go ahead and bet it out with his flush draw and draw to a 7 here. I imagine this is where Cody is going to bring in the raise. Bucket bet $12 with his nut flush draw now. Bucket can hit what he thinks is a 7, a deuce, or a club. Really, he just needs a deuce or a club here, which would be kind of spicy. I think it'd be fun to see the deuce of spades come out and see what happens with all of these hands here. This Bucket hits his straight, bottom end of the straight, of course. Steven would have the king high flush, and Cody with top set, which is going to hold here as Bucket jams for his remaining 90. I believe after Cody made a raise, and I'm sure that's what got Steven out of there. We didn't get to see the action, unfortunately, so I'm not quite sure how that went down, but I imagine Cody went with a raise there, protecting his top set against a very live hand from Bucket there, but fortunately Bucket's run bad kind of continues as he bricks again. And as I kind of predicted earlier in the night, Bucket playing pretty tight today for the most part, other than that bluff against Big Fish, which, as Napalm called it earlier, yes, sir, he did turn a flush draw. Yeah, the 7 would be tilting. He'd probably get it all in, and Steven's going to take that one down there, but yeah, Bucket had, and especially when Steven folded, actually a ton of equity, the 7, the deuce, or the club, and kind of bricked everything. So again, he's been playing pretty well with strong hands that just quite aren't getting there today. And as the predictions were going, maybe this is leading into his continued tilt. Let's see if he's, buying in for another 1,000 here, another bullet to go. And yeah, Tivo, saw your comment about the cameras here. They are automatic. There's like an AI system that kind of takes care of this based off of following the action. So I think a couple of technical glitches here, I believe. Mikey's probably working on it right now, so right now we just get to enjoy, as you guys have mentioned, the beauty of Big Fish and Little Raj here. A couple of good-looking guys. Raj with his big fancy chain there. I'll check in with him and see what we've got going on with this camera here.
I can't fold.
That's your nemesis.
But getting this next hand underway. So Steven's going to make the call here with King 10. Big Fish with the suited Doyle Brunson, and Lil Raj with the Ace 5 off. And actually flops open-ended here. And he's going to take it down. And looks like we do see this new player of the joining in. Hasn't played a hand yet, so we'll see how he starts to get things going. And Bucket still with the highest VPIP here, 68%. Boy Rogers, mechanic. TiVo with the good-looking guys. You know they're good-looking guys, TiVo. Bucket sitting at the Keating line. That's absolutely correct. You know, if he can't run good with the cards here, he should be going for at least the Keating VPIP here of, you know, 80+%. So he should be. He does need to kind of get it together and step it up here. And since all of his premiums aren't hitting, he needs to probably open up his range a little bit. But still, shout out to him for, to be honest, playing the best I've seen, especially since I get to see the cards that he's playing. Like I said, he's just not hitting anything tonight, so a little bit frustrating for him. We got this next hand out of the way here, so Bucket with a pair here, and Kenny with the open-ender that gets there right away. Hits his straight, and Bucket now with an open-ender of his own that's no good, unfortunately. And Bucket's going to be all in with his drawing dead open-ender. Going to be tilted for sure, especially after he just rebought. Poor guy. And Kenny going to take that one down, continuing his run good. Still sitting at our chip leader. 5.9K. Pretty darn good for him. I think he bought in for 2. So closing in on almost a 4K win for tonight. Correct me if I'm wrong if he bought in for a little bit more, but I still know that he's quite a bit up there. And we see Bucket standing up here. Is he going to rebuy, or is he down for the count? I know he's never one to shy away from continued action, so hopefully he continues this evening, as we've got still more action to go for tonight's stream. I want to see him continue to get involved, especially as, once again, as you guys are continuing to tune back in, any minute now we should see the return of David to the game with, if you missed it earlier, I predicted, I foresee a big stack rebuy coming in from just some things that I heard outside the room here. I think I overheard him not only re-entering the game, but for a pretty substantial rebuy that I'm really looking forward to see here any minute. That was around 10 or 15 minutes ago, so should be catching up to the stream here very shortly. Just hoping that our cameras can get caught up. I'm going to go step out and see if Mikey can get that going for us, because I know we all want to kind of see the action as it's progressing here.
Everybody's put 100 in on the next one.
Put a button in? How about a button?
Oh, and real quick, I almost missed it, but super shout out and 100% for sure from TiVo, thanking the dealers for tonight's stream. Here at PH Social, we have some fantastic dealers that do an amazing job keeping the action going and taking great care of all of our players here with some great dealing. So super shout out to all the dealers for not only here on tonight's stream, but also throughout the room as all of our games are going this evening. When I stepped out to get some water just a minute ago, I saw probably 4 or 5 tables going of some action-packed cash games throughout the room, as well as, I believe, a tournament that's finishing up here. So shout out to all the dealers here at PH Social. They always do a fantastic job.
I'm not buying it anymore for 1K or 1K.
Super courteous, super friendly.
For 10K. And I'm buying
9, then I'll buy them for 10. Fuck y'all. I'm gonna fuck y'all up. I'm tired of fucking with y'all.
Alright, that sounds good. I'll see you next week.
I tell you what I'll do. I'll bet 2,000 I'm here before you are.
All love, Dave. All love. You done? It's super boring.
I can't tell you how many times I've had
It's alright, bro.
past 3 hours.
Seat open.
Fucking horrible. How can I get a hand?
Alrighty, y'all. Just went out there to check in on the camera getting fixed here, so should be very shortly getting taken care of for you guys. Thanks for sticking around, staying tuned in. If anybody's just joining us, welcome to the David's No Cap Monday live stream here at PH Social. 5-5 uncapped. A lot of action. We've had some great players out here tonight. And some new stats coming up here with the pre-flop raise.
He said
Like, poke up foot, we do flip out there.
He said
Fuck, I
5'7".
can't even get a hand.
He said, who plays with 5'7"?
All right, so we'll just have to wait for the stream delay to catch up real quick, but we just got the cameras fixed up here. So should start getting it back moving around here.
I hope. I can't wait for us. I can't wait.
But we do have another action-packed hand about to go underway here. Cody waking up with the pocket queens is going to go ahead and 3-bet to 115 here. And a couple more pocket pairs as well as some broadways for big fish here with the king-queen off. Probably going to have to make the call here. As Spooky does as well, looking to hit his set. Haven't seen Spooky get involved in a hand in quite a bit here, so not since his little run hot with the kings and aces he had back-to-back, so...
You're supposed to call, man. You're gonna do the hot.
I can't. I'll tell you why in a minute.
And Cody gonna flop another set of queens here, and Spooky turns the 6. Oh, guys, if you stepped away, this is the action that we've been looking for. Both players with a boat. Man, I wish I could see their angle of the table right now, but we have both players with the boat. If this is where stacks are gonna fly, this is gonna be it here. There's no way this is not going in, if I had to guess, and it's such a small limped pot. Let's see how this goes down. We're just gonna have to see the action here on the bet screen. So Cody's gonna go with the overbet, and I think Spooky's gonna bring the boom here, targeting an ace or a queen. And Cody is basically gonna get a Christmas present right now. I wish we could see Spooky tanking in this moment, deciding how much he's gonna make it with what he thinks is the best hand here. And Cody, if he checked or bet small on the flop, basically trapped to perfection as Spooky does hit his set and both players turn a boat. So we have a boat over boat underway here, and Cody is gonna win a big one. I wish I could see how much Spooky is making it right now. I'm sure he's tanking and is about to bring the boom, which what I imagine is going to be a snap jam. No, just makes the call. What? Is he scared of a queen 8 hand? Or an ace 8? That is crazy. Wow, loses the absolute minimum there. I kind of wish we could have seen the players' faces in that moment. As we had a boat over boat situation. Unless there's the off chance that the card reader was wrong, but I doubt it. Just makes the smooth call. I guess maybe suspicious of the overbet, so I imagine it was a tank, maybe almost justified nit roll of my opponent's leading out with an overbet of the pot here, and I have a boat. Am I getting boat over boated here? And that was exactly what happened. Loses the absolute minimum and just makes the smooth call. I had a feeling just in the small times that I've played with Spooky that he is a very, very good player, and kind of just goes to show there by, I think I go broke in that hand. Thinking about Vegas and the Mirage, and does just make the smooth call there and loses the minimum. And Cody still takes down a nice sized pot there, but I don't know if he ended up getting to see Spooky's hand or not. I probably would have been tilted that I didn't win more. Either way, win's a win. Nice hand to Cody. Get on him. That's right, Queens and then Diablos. Kind of a premonition there with the 3 6s. But manages to lose the minimum. Kenny here gonna bluff and take it down with the king queen. And once again, apologies for the one view camera angle here. We did get some things fixed up, and I think we are just waiting for the stream to catch up here. We'll get this next hand underway. We've got Big Fish with the Queen 9 suited. Is going to go ahead and raise it up here to 100 from a Lil Raj $25 open. With the 6-4 suited. A hand that personally I am a fan of, but does lay it down. Big Fish is going to win a little one here with the Queen 9. 35 bucks. Here's our cumulative winnings once again. Lil Raj kind of coming back to potentially overtake Kenny as our big winner of the day, but both of them doing very well. Finally get to see that update about Cody's stack. So after being probably down what I would imagine was maybe around 800 or so, does manage a significant comeback to be up as our third biggest winner for tonight, up 1.6K. Good for him. As we get another bomb pot underway here.
I'm glad, hell, we got a chance to win now, man.
Yeah, we got a chance to win now.
Of course, I never hit anything. Congratulations. I don't hit anything.
The table being so short-handed, definitely commentator Josh feeling enticed to join in on the action either at the end of the stream or if the stream when the stream ends. So maybe I should step over just for enough for you guys to catch me getting in some action if I get in any hands, but otherwise definitely going to be enjoying writing this out with you all.
I know you saw what happened with Bucket. Come on.
for another awesome Monday night live stream here at PH Social for David's No Cap Monday.
Flush draw, flush draw.
Let's draw and top.
What top? It's 9?
Shout out to every single person
9 flush draw, straight to.
who joined us here in the live stream chat this evening. And big shout out to Napalm, who has been here pretty much the whole time. We appreciate you.
The only thing you beat me is you get like
$25 straddle. I have nothing.
Yeah, nice little six-handed game going right now. And yet to see our new player Avi get involved in any hands, and not so sure what happened with the David rebuy. Maybe it was just a joke, but I literally heard him outside the door saying he was going to get some chips and buy in for what would have been currently the biggest stock at the table, but I guess he was just joking around, as we haven't seen him join in just yet. So a little bit bummed about that one, but all good. Still plenty of action to go down with some mega stacks still in play here. Kind of want to see our two big winners get involved in a big one, Lil Raj and Kenny. Once again, sorry about the camera angles and apologies, as I'm actually going to go ahead and get the live stream pulled up on my phone so that I can see how the chat is going, because I clicked around trying to see if I could fix the cameras and messed up my own view. So now I can only see what we're all seeing right now. But I'm going to keep up with the chat here on my phone. So all good here. But an action-packed hand set up right now as we have both Kenny and Spooky flopping trips here. And once again, Spooky cannot catch a break against the opponent to his direct left. Kenny has always woken up with premiums directly next to Spooky. Both players flopping trips here, but Spooky outkicked at the moment. Both players basically looking for a boat or a straight, but if the other person hits their straight, the other person hit the boat. So let's see how this progresses with the river. Good news is, as the live stream is continuing here momentarily, cameras are back in, and Spooky from way behind hits the card while Kenny rivers a straight. Very ugly. So tables have turned in Spooky's favor for this hand, while Kenny hits his straight, which kind of stinks here because now you lose to Queen 9, Queen King, and Queen 10. Spooky's going to go ahead and lead out for the value bet with the boat. Kenny's just going to snap call with his straight and see the bad news here. Unlucky.
Got him. Show the other, show Queen King. Come on, toss it over.
But nice pot for Spooky there. Kind of a cooler into a reverse cooler in that one. Yeah, he hit that 10.
I knew when you said that statement.
But once again, good news. Cameras are getting fixed. Once the stream gets caught up, I can see it. I can see the live one. It's getting caught up here. So thank you all for bearing with us.
Is it on me at least?
And now don't tell me that you don't beat me no hand now.
As long as it's on me, I'm fine. All right, guys. I'll keep you at company.
They said you gotta take this Jesus piece off and blind some cameras. Burn it out.
protecting me from these bluffers over here.
We'll get these next hands underway here. Once again, thank you guys so much for sticking around with us throughout this entire stream for a nice action-packed, no-capped Monday 5-5 stream here at PH Social.
Hey, no coaching.
So we've got Lil Raj, ace-4 is going to go ahead and call. Cody's going to raise it up with the ace 8-9 suited. Spooky's going to make the call with Jack-9 of clubs, I think, as we're waiting for our graphics to catch up here. Oh, but no. Actually going to make the 3-bet there, which is going to get Lil Raj out of the way. And we're going to see another hand collision between Cody and Spooky here. Both players kind of getting out of line with both of their raises here, which makes it fun. Definitely some action players here at the table. As Cody raised with a suited 9, and Spooky also with a suited 9, just a better one. And unsurprisingly, both players whiff here, so let's see kind of how it progresses. As Spooky might have to be a little bit wary after he gets called and misses on a king-high board, but is going to c-bet for 75, and Cody's going to snap fold, it looks like.
You're so lucky I folded, bro. I would have flopped that four. Ace-4.
Anybody want to do $1,000 flip? Dominoes again?
This on my rig.
And Avi still yet to get involved in any significant hands, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Cameras rocking and rolling. Tune back in for finally a view change here. Not that we don't love Big Fish and Lil Raj, but definitely want to be following the action here, so here we go. And right away, we got Big Fish with the ace-queen suited here against a bunch of other suited hands. So Kenny in the straddle with ace-deuce suited. And let's see how he wants to play it. He's going to make the call here.
I don't care if I get even on the flop. I'm gonna bet.
2 suited aces. Of course, with both players with an ace in their hand, they both whiff. And we're going to go see a turn. At this moment, it's going to be who wants to bluff more. And still all the way to the end, both players whiff, but ace-queen is going to be the best hand here. Nice hand of Big Fish. Suited ace-queen, doesn't hit a pair, but can still take it down. Nice little modest pot there, $45.
Look, you make more than I did. Look.
Hey, you didn't like that king on the river.
Oh, man. Now I bet I get a nod for it. Anybody want to bet? 500?
Not a bet. I moved that bet.
First stack, we got Big Fish with the suited ace-6 of spades here. He's going to go ahead and limp and make the call. Lil Raj is going to fold the Negranu, 10-7 off. And we've got Cody with the King-7 suited. He's going to go ahead and raise it up to 55. Kenny's out of there with King-10. Nevi still not quite any playable hands. Kind of in some of those dead seats. All those seats not quite really getting anywhere.
P-flop on the flop. On the flop, you know you have to listen. On the turn, you know you have to listen. On the river, you're gonna be killed.
How much is it? I need to know. I would never really call this game a hand, but I'm stuck.
And Cody is going to take it down with top pair there. For a nice little pot. Cody does have our highest pre-flop raise percentage though. Like I mentioned, does tend to be a pretty aggro player if he's getting involved. So if he's getting in those hands, he's raising them. And Lil Raj going for color up, I'm guessing here. As what looks like maybe not a new, no, I think that's Alex, our dealer. Once again, shout out to all of our awesome dealers here at P8 Social. Currently with Robbie in the box, doing a great job. Alex there to the side, looking like he's about to do a color up for Raj over there. Taking great care of all of our players. As we are underway to, is this a bomb pot hand? It's got to be a bomb pot. Or is someone doing a PLO flip here? No, we would have seen the river. I'm not sure what's going on here. Oh, it is a bomb pot. 4-card PLO bomb pot underway. Looks like Reader's a little too overwhelmed with all these cards at the moment, so all good. See how it goes down here. But yeah, Lil Raj just doing a quick color up there. Just going to be kind of letting this one play out here since we can't see quite all of the graphics for these cards here, but all good. Kind of a lot going on with the bomb pots anyways. Even a little foreshadowing, we did get a floor call. Which one's that I just heard from outside the door. Microphone might have even picked up on it, so see what's going down here once the stream catches up. But once again, thank you guys so much for continuing to tune in with us here tonight. Nice action-packed game this evening. Fortunately, David and Bucket getting busted out here. Not quite running too well on either of their ends today. Both of them played very well this evening. Just couldn't really hit with any of their cards enough to win. But we've got our next hand underway here. Cody's going to go ahead and raise it up with ace-10 suited. Little Raj with a pocket pair, might want to play it in position here, try to flop a set. And we also have Spooky with the 7-8 of diamonds, who does flop a pair here. Cody with the nut flush and straight draw here to a jack. Another very good hand for him. Been hitting a lot of flops in this way with huge draw potential to the nuts. Spooky here with bottom pairs, gonna have to let it go. Lil Raj misses everything, so it's probably gonna get a fold. And that's exactly what happens. He's gonna take down a nice $130 pot without having to face any resistance in this one, but he did kind of have the world here, just the world that wasn't quite a made hand. Nice hand to him.
Hey, get a color up, bro. I don't like that mouse in the red you got.
Not gonna affect you. You ain't gonna get any of it. You get none of this.
Hope you were all continuing to do well wherever you're watching from. Thanks to all of our PH social regulars as well as team members that are joining us here in the chat. We appreciate all you guys, and any non-PH regulars. Hope to see you guys at the tables one of these days. But as always, wishing you run good at your local tables as well.
Tired of not getting.
Every time I look around, bro, you always get more black. What are you doing with black?
Fish and
Spooky, you need time. Give me 100, I'll go pay it. Spooky, you need time. Give me 100, I'll go pay it.
Just get with hustle, bro. Hey, man. Quit cracking jumps over here, bro. I'm trying to play like a poker player.
And for any new viewers, again, welcome to the PH Social David Snowcap Monday live stream. 5-5, no limit hold'em, uncapped. And we usually have very action lineup of players each and every time,
I wish somebody would.
as well as the occasional poker celebrity when they can. We had Frankie C and Kitty Quo here just on our last stream,
That much, bro. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna shoot you right in the head.
bringing in the action.
You said it wasn't enough.
I'm gonna shoot you right in the
I
head.
gotta repot it.
Great people, super glad to have them here on the stream.
I'm gonna shoot you right in the head.
You said it was.
If you bet any more after this, I'm leaving. I'm gonna hit you. I'm flatting all 40 times.
You said it wasn't enough. I'm giving you action.
Watch it.
Alright. What you got, bro? I got a straight and I got six.
Stay on the ball number 15 on the top.
As we get this PLO bomb pot hand finished up here, so we can get back into the action.
I should have potted it. You would have still potted.
The one time I had a chance of almost making a hand.
Yeah, that's right. We got Nancy here in the chat mentioning about the ladies' night on Thursday. I do believe we are having that as our recurring Thursday night stream as well. Definitely be tuned into those. I heard our last Thursday ladies' night live stream was very action-packed. So definitely tune back in this week on Thursday for the ladies' night live stream.
Damn, I'm doing pretty good on mom paws right. I won 3 mom paws.
Great group of players
I mean, I saw it live.
coming in as well.
You're such a. I wish we were mic'd though.
Excited to tune in for that one as well.
Hey, that was a good spot in that 10-6. Where was your 10-6 at? You call bucket back.
Get him, man. Get him. Get him.
Something up. Is that 50 or is that 145?
And we've got Cody raising it up with the pocket sixes here to 45. Avi's going to go ahead and fold. Still have yet to see a playable hand with him, but, you know, just not quite hitting cards. It happens. Big Fish is going to make the call with 10-7 suited. And we got a request for a Juan game on the 15th. So Big Fish just going to flop one over here as Cody flops 2 pair. And as long as his opponent doesn't have an 8, it's going to be good. And it is. Big Fish is going to go ahead and lay that one down. Yeah, 1-1 live stream would be awesome. It's on Sunday the 15th. Happy early birthday. And yeah, we should get with Nick and Mikey and whoever to see if we can get a 1-1 live stream going. I know Christy wants to make a 1-1 live stream, so definitely want to see that sometime soon. I think it'd be a fun way to go from, you know, a Sunday night 1-1, a little bit more friendly, solid game, followed by the Monday David's No Cap 5-5 game, just for some good variety there.
I would love to hear that shit. We're all ready. We're all ready. Go ahead and do something crazy. No, do something crazy.
And Avi here getting involved in one of the first hands that we've seen from him with the a7 off. Kind of have to open up his range here, and again, kind of bricks everything, unfortunately. Got Spooky with second pair here, currently the best hand with the Jack 9 off. Lil Raj is actually going to stab here with second pair. Both players with backdoor straight draws. And Lil Raj is going to take it down, it looks like. Hearing some excitement from outside the room here. I imagine it's the tournament going on. Shout out for all of our free roll tournaments every 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. here at PH Social. $1,000 free rolls. Every day at noon and 7 p.m. So if you're ever interested in a tournament, especially a free roll, definitely come on by PH Social. If you play in the tournament, I think if you do a $15 stack add-on, you get free time.
I want to switch spots. Can I switch spots? Can I switch? You want to go down there? Nope.
But as we're closing in on kind of the 4-hour mark of our stream here, I imagine the stream itself might be ending soon, but as far as commentating goes, even if they keep the live stream going just for the game, because these players might keep playing all night long, I appreciate you guys joining me tonight. Thanks for having me as your commentator for this evening. Hope to do it again sometime. If you guys enjoyed it, let me know. I'm more than happy to do this at any other point, and hope to kind of tag team with any one of our awesome team members at some other point. We've got Nick, who does a great job, Dan, we've got Dave, Baylor Dave. Everybody who's stepped into this booth has done a fantastic job, and glad I was able to kind of step in for today. Appreciate it, Nancy. I had a great time. I enjoy the game. I enjoy talking about it, and I enjoy chatting it up about goofy stuff too. Whatever everybody wants to talk about, but I know sometimes when we have our tag team commentator duos, some funny things are said. But definitely always glad to go solo as well. So if we need a ladies' night commentator on Thursday, I might be open for it. So, but maybe doing it with Nick or something.
All right, I'm at the outside.
But great stream game this evening. Another action-packed 5-5 live stream game, and if they keep the video going, we might see a Josh cameo coming in for a hit and run. If I'm able to at least run better or run decent for a short amount of time in this game, and if they keep the cameras going, great. Just won't have much of commentating, but can at least keep watching the action as it unfolds on just the raw hands. But But again, I appreciate you guys having me as your commentator for today. It was a great time, and I love everybody here in the chat for joining us. Stream's not ending just yet. Just giving everybody the thank yous for joining, but we're still have plenty of action to go. So feel free to stick around if you enjoy watching all the poker hands unfold here, as not looking to shut it down just yet. I just might be looking to step into the game myself. Maybe. We'll see.
You're always trying to squeeze. I've never met two cards in
I'm gonna go put a little feeler out there. But once again, if you guys are still tuning in, thanks for joining us at the PH Social live stream. We've currently still underway of our 5-5 uncapped game here. Lil Raj sitting as our big winner still so far. Kenny's not far behind. I think other than Big Fish and Avi, who kind of was a late addition to the game and hasn't yet really gotten involved in many hands. Everybody who's still at our table is all kind of a winner. I think Spooky's down a little bit. But some solid hands and some solid play underway this evening. And as always, still just continuing to give appreciation to everybody who tuned in this evening. As we continue to get these hands underway here.
You wanted me to play. And you would have raised. Yeah. Blessed me with this bump up button, so I gotta win. Oh fuck, couple. Oh, I missed it.
4.
Yeah, because it kills action. Because I had a queen. It has a good position. Shoot, got worse.
I get one of these.
Oh, see, it's still there, like the mute button. Alrighty, y'all. Well,
Well, I had a drink.
we're going to stick this through here. So we've got about 15 minutes more
There's 40, Ross.
of the game. So let's ride out this live stream. End it how we started, on a good note.
Jack on the top.
It's been on a good note the whole time. And everybody in the chat has been super awesome today. Once again, I appreciate all you guys.
I look better, so I got the extra chip. Whoever look better, I got the extra chip.
Tip the dude, tip the dude.
We've got plenty hands more to go over the next 15-30 minutes or so.
All right, she got it. I listen to you.
And I will continue to chime in as the action unfolds here. Let's get this next hand underway.
40, man.
The student beats the coach. You already took 600 off.
I can make you 1,000.
Oh, hey. True. That is true. It's a good investment. I went on 2 and I won 1,000.
Yes. If you don't lose a pot, you would never play that hand and win that battle.
I guess you're right. Everything works out, Kenny.
Everything work out good the way it is.
Still on my list with that Queen A.
You're lucky I did race you.
Yeah, thank you, man.
So as this next hand's underway, we've got Spooky with the King 9 off, Kenny with King 6 suited, sorry. It's going to go ahead and make the $20 call there, and Big Fish is in there as well with an ace. Does flop his ace there. Other opponents basically not with much here. I imagine Big Fish might be able to take this down, but we'll see if any of the other players decide to get squirrely, as Spooky was the pre-flop aggressor here, so he might go for a C-bet. Napalm, unfortunately, I think both Bucket and David, they did bust out, and earlier, like I mentioned, I think I just was hearing him trolling the table, David, when he came back and said that he was going to rebuy for bigger than everybody else had. I guess he was just talking smack in a joking manner. As he did not make a return to the table, kind of bummed to see that. And then Bucket, I think after his 3 or 4 bullets that he fired, decided to call it as well. So unfortunately lost those 2 guys, but still a significant lineup here as the hands are continuing on. Got Spooky with the King 10 off. It's going to go ahead and call the straddle. We're going multi-way to a flop here. With most players not really hitting much here, all of them with a bunch of overs, but Big Fish does have a pair of 3s and is going to go ahead and bet it. And that's going to get everyone to fold. It's going to take down a nice little pot there.
What you got, 3-6?
I think that was limped 5 ways, so nothing too crazy on that one.
No, go ahead and tip her now.
Plenty of action still to come. And this next one underway, we've got Spooky with the suited ace here.
All the people he don't care about all the people, right?
Big Fish is going to go ahead and make the call with Queen 10 off. And Raj is out of there. And Big Fish going to go ahead and hit top pair here with the Queen of Clubs for protection on the 2-club board. And is going to go ahead and value bet his top pair here. Spooky not really with much. I imagine he's going to be out of there. But it looks like he is thinking about it. And does make the laydown. Probably only thinking if he wants to steal it on a later street. Backdoor hearts or an ace. Thinks better of it, lets it go. Live to see another hand there. Nice hand to Big Fish.
Very good guy. Poker gods are blessed.
And next up, Kenny. Gonna wake up with ace queen here. As we continue to enjoy this nice view of Big Fish's hands. But Kenny with the ace queen is going to go ahead and raise it up to 50. Folds all the way around Cody with jack 3 off. Not really much there, so go ahead and get him make the fold. Hearing some more excitement from outside the booth from the tournament. And we will get these hands continuing to go underway here. Big Fish's turn with the ace queen, so ace queen moved over one hand. To the left over to Big Fish. He's going to open it up. Looks like 45 here. Little Raj with the 8-4 suited. And does come along for the call there. Off to a jack high board. Both players miss. Ace queen's still good here. And does turn the queen. And is going to go ahead and lead out with it and take it down. And we've got this bomb pot coming up right now. Let's see if we get any stack destroyers in this hand. Once again, if you're just tuning in, thanks for joining us on the 5-5 David's No Cap Monday PH Social live stream. See if we can get some stacks to fly here. Got a couple people with a top pair of queens, no flush draws for any player on either board. Kind of some dry boards for some of these players. Cody with the up and down straight draw on the bottom board. Lil Raj does have a set of 5s here on the top board, as well as a gut shot straight draw to a 3. And the 3 does come in, but the flush completes. No player with 2 diamonds in their hand. So he has boat outs against the flush, but doesn't seem to be too worried about it now that he gets improves to a straight, and is going to go ahead and bet it and possibly get fold here, as no players really with, as Spooky doesn't really have much on either board here except for top pair of queens and some backdoor potential, but Raj is going to go ahead and take it down for a scooper of a small one. Continues his run good as our top winner of today, up 2.7K. Very nice night for Raj. Also a nice night for Kenny, Cody, and a modestly but still good profit for Spooky here. Always nice to have a winning session, no matter how big. A great session for Raj tonight, up almost 3K. Avi in here for a hand with the king 9. He's going to call one time. No players really with much here. Lil Raj, we can't see his hands, but it looks like he might have made the fold. Now it's just going to be a bluffing war here, and Kenny's going to take it down with 9 high.
Let's go ahead and call me Bonzo King, guys. Where's my new name? Getting lucky. I'm dropping sets and trades.
You want your cards?
Muck is aces.
You probably have the best hand. Nobody have anything. Ross probably hit the flop right now.
Hey,
And is that all you? Is that all you, Ross?
Next up, we have Lil Raj with the queen 9, and Cody hits his set of 2s. Very nice hand for him. Unfortunately, Lil Raj does not have much here. Cody's going to have to go for a value bet here on the turn, and probably just going to snap fold here. Oh, sorry, Lil Raj does lead out for 15, and Cody raises to 75 here with a set. Love and Life. It's been running pretty well today. Flopped a lot of sets. Flopped a set of queens twice.
Just checking on you guys when anybody likes some side.
I'm either gonna take it or I'm gonna distribute it all to them. Not them.
V here with Jack 10. Decently playable hand here. See if he wants to go with it. Getting a wave in here from Noemi. Welcome to the chat here. Glad to have you here at the PH Social live stream. And again, welcome to everybody tuning in here for the 5-5 David Snowcap Monday live stream. Action-packed game. Fortunately, we had David and Bucket busted out this evening, but still plenty of action. And look at that, our cameras are fixed.
I guess you're right.
Finally, some scenery changes. Perfect time for everybody to be tuning back in. Let's get in on this continued action here. We do have Avi with top pair here on kind of a scary board with some straight possibilities. Kenny with one of those straight possibilities, as well as third pair And Cody picks up the flush draw and is going to go ahead and bet it. Actually, he's going to raise it up here. With that king high flush draw. He's hit a lot of his flushes today. Kenny, open ender, third pair, going to go ahead and let it go. And Avi, who has not gotten involved a lot tonight. Kind of the first hand we've seen him get to a turn with. Got top pair, kind of weak kicker on a semi-dicey board, but it is a draw-heavy board, so he could put his opponent on one of those draws, like a straight or a flush draw, which is exactly what Cody has here. But he is gonna play it tight and look for a better spot. Fortunately, not hitting something strong enough to stick it out here. Spooky now with our highest VPIP of the day, 51%. Seeing a lot of flops, but playing just a few of them.
Rush, straddle 10. 15, your side is 15. Alright, Ethan, sit down.
Thanks again to everyone joining us here in the chat. Let's get some more action-packed hands underway, especially now we've got our camera angles back and going. Looks like a little bit of delay on the camera versus when the card readers are coming in, but Cody waking up with a premium here in early position. Let's see how he decides to play it. He is going to go ahead and raise it up right away. Kenny looking shocked over there, but Cody does have to raise quite large with the premium. If nobody else has anything, this was a big enough raise that it might just go all the way around. Ooh, but Avi does wake up with a pair here and might want to go with it just to see if he can hit a set and crack whatever Cody might have here. Ooh, and could be an action-packed board here as Avi does have second pair. Not the worst flop for him to see, and is going to donk out on this one. Second pair and a straight draw. Can hit a 5 or a 7. Kind of an ugly board. If I'm in Cody's shoes and my opponent's leading out from a flat calling range here, but Cody does feel that his hand might be the best, as I'm sure he knows that if his opponent flopped 2 pair straight, he might check it to the razor and go for a check raise. And since his opponent donks out here, I imagine that he knows that his opponent probably has a 1 pair holding that's trying to take it down here on this street. Probably what I'd be thinking as well, even though it's a semi-dicey board, but he'd be exactly right. His opponent has 1 pair and a draw, and goes ahead and puts in the re-raise there, and it does get through. With the best hand, of course. Napalm asking for Ethan to join the chat, as he likes watching him get stacked. I think Ethan was out here dealing earlier, so he was dealing for us earlier today. And we do love Ethan. Gives a lot of action. Tricky player. I've played with him many times, and kind of hard to navigate because every single hand he could have nuts or air, and it's hard to tell because he plays them all the same, which makes him a good player. But he can be a bit squirrely at times, but he's a good player, good kid. We like Ethan. Next up here, we got Avi with the Queen Jacks, just going to make the smooth call. Raj with Queen 9, Cody with Ace Deuce, currently the best hand here with just Ace High, and also a straight draw. Avi does have backdoor spades. Board pairs up though, no player really with anything. Ace High is the best hand, but he's going to have to navigate it. Looks like he does go for a bet here, and with every player not really having too much, they're going to go ahead and all lay it down there. Ooh, Nancy asks, who would win heads up, Ethan or Sam? Honestly, when I first read your comment and thought about it, I was going to snap say Ethan, But
Definitely you should get a
after kind of thinking about it, so my gut reaction was gonna be to say Ethan, but they're both tricky players in their own regard. I know Ethan has gotten, or at least has been playing a lot better in recent weeks, to where he does play a little bit more straight up. So it would essentially be who we think would outplay the other in terms of Ethan being kind of a patient type player of sorts versus the aggression and wide range that Sam would have. But that is a great question, honestly, and it'd be very entertaining to watch, especially if we get them both in a live stream. That'd be a ton of fun. But both players would have strengths and weaknesses against each other in their own way, so that'd be a fun one to watch for sure. Like I said, Ethan has, from what I've seen, especially at the 1-2 tables, has been playing pretty tight and straightforward. Like if he's betting, he's got the nuts. But like 1 out of every 20 hands, he'll show up with a really goofy bluff, which, like I said, kind of makes it hard to navigate, because when he shows me a bluff, I'm more likely to call him off when he has the nuts. And I've done that once or twice myself. So, but then Sam's got kind of that pure aggression factor in his play with a wide range. So he'll be aggressive with pocket aces, and he'll be aggressive with deuce 5 suited, and you never really know. But that's definitely a fun heads-up match. Definitely for any viewers out there that know some of our local players, I'd love to see more comments about the types of players you'd like to see on a live stream. I think both Sam and Ethan would make good additions to any stream, just from the action and the type of play styles that they do. But we do have this bomb pot underway here. We're 3 ways to a river. And Lil Raj splitting it with Big Fish. Is going to go ahead and take a stab here. Big Fish has pair of jacks, or jacks and 5s, which are going to be good on his board. Raj has what does he have here? Ace Queen high on the other. Oh, he's got 9s. He's got Ace 9 on the other board. Got 9s on both, and it's going to go ahead and take it down here. It's going to steal this one for $270. Not bad at all.
I figured one of y'all two had 9. But I feel like y'all miss your clubs.
Oh, I have 9-4.
I was hoping y'all missed clubs.
I did.
You missed clubs, huh?
Who did you bet again?
I had the best hand here, I think. I had the best hand.
Napalm in the chat asking if it's Sam Rayburn. I don't know Sam's last name. I actually just got to meet him at the end of last week. Is the first time I played with him. Looks like we got David chiming in, confirming not Rayburn. Yeah, the Sam I'm thinking of is the younger guy.
Had 7 on the ball.
I see it on stream. I did.
Well, we've got our next Hold'em hand underway here. Lil Raj is gonna smooth call in here with the Jack 10. Cody's gonna raise it up with Queen Jack. And Spooky now folding the 9-8, Avi 7-3. Still not too much playable hands from him. Kind of in that same seat that Steven was in. So just not a whole lot going on in that seat over there.
I hope I get it.
But Cody flopping second pair here. Lil Raj open-ended, so kind of anyone's game here. Gonna see if Cody can navigate here. Cody now with 2 pair. Raj hits a pair now, and Cody feels safe enough to bet his 2 pair. Raj probably not going anywhere with the open ender and hitting a pair, so he's going to go ahead and make the call, and Raj gets there. Nice hand, Raj. Let's see how he's going to navigate it. He's going to go for a huge overbet, or a pot size bet, it looked like 250. Oh no, 150. Cody hating this, basically has to ask himself, does Raj have a 10 or not? Or does he have a better 2-pair? Or did he just spike an ace? But ace what? Ace king, he loses. Ace queen, he loses. Ace jack, he loses. Ace 10, he loses.
Very, very low. My bluffing is low.
He can beat ace rag and he can beat air. Until he's in a tough spot here, talking it out. Probably trying to get a read from Raj over there. Raj kind of gets lucky there and spikes it. But Cody does make the good laydown here. Lives to see another day. Raj is going to win a little one there of, even a nice decent one there, 125.
I mean, I never try to bluff you.
Not yet. When we about to be finished.
I'll plug it. That's all.
Stream's done in 15 minutes. Man, I got to be the last one more happy for
Ah,
we finish,
man,
man.
you made too much money off of me.
Come on, man, I make you a lot of money tonight. That's why.
$600. God damn, with queen eight.
Just watching you guys all chat it up amongst each other in the chat. Love to see it.
Straight over is sick. And then straight
Appreciate having all of you guys in here. Great community amongst our PH social members here. As we get this next hand underway, Cody's going to raise up his jack 9. Avi's got a suited king. He's going to go ahead and play it. Not many playable hands that he's seen so far today, so going to go ahead and roll with this one. And both players hit a pair here. And the ace might slow down some action here. Let's see if Avi can maybe steal this away to another tree, but I don't think so. And after the check, I'm sure Cody's probably still feeling good about his second pair here. Originally flop top pair. Probably going to get a hero call for 35 from Avi just to see, but I don't know. Avi's been playing pretty tight all day. And yeah, it looks like he's just going to call to see. Or no, turning his hand into a bluff maybe? Yeah. Turns his hand into a bluff. Doesn't feel like his 5 might be good enough to just win on its own. So going to go ahead and turn his hand into a bluff here. Which might look confusing to Cody of what do you check call, or what do you smooth call flop, check back turn, and then all of a sudden raise me on the river with. A couple of straights got there, or one straight got there with the 7-6. But unless you just checked back turn with an ace and is now raising for value. But it does get through. Nice play from Avi there. Good enough to recognize that even as a bluff catch, a smooth call here with 4th pair is probably not good enough to win. Especially in case Cody has like a pocket 7s type of hand. And kind of has to use aggression to turn his hand into a bluff to go ahead and take it down, and it does get through. Good play on his part.
That's your money. That's the money he beat. That's the money he beat from you right there.
Avi only down about 155 after playing for the second half of the stream and not really hitting much. So been playing well to not lose too much when running cold. So good on him. We've got our next bomb pot up here underway. Let's See, Cody's got up and down straight draw on one board, as well as a pair of fives.
Want somebody to
Let's see here.
somebody just fire.
Looks like, yeah, Lil Raj turned trips here. With A6.
50.
As well as a small heart draw on the top, but Spooky does have the king high heart draw. But the board is paired. Kenny's got trip deuces here. Actually, sorry, he's got a full house. Deuces full of queens. Probably feels pretty good about that hand. And Cody, not with much here.
How many players?
Oh, card reader's out of whack. Yeah, I haven't seen the flops. Oh, you're right. Yeah, the 6 of clubs. I see. I was wondering about that. Oh, so the they do not have a boat or trips. Neither player. And Spooky turns up with a scooper here. With a straight and the king high flush draw. Wow. And Raj is going to go ahead and make the call.
You got straight flush? Second That's not good. I have a straight flush.
Spooky's going to win a nice little scooper of 340 bucks here. Assuming the card reader is accurate. Raj, I think, is saying he has a straight flush. So it looks like they are going to chop it up here.
Almost call it that.
Looked like Raj said he had a straight flush there.
That even makes me 3 jacks.
I was hoping I would have got a straight flush.
I almost raised him when he batted too. I feel like he didn't have shit there.
Alrighty, y'all. Well, hang on in there with me as we do this final stretch, the last 15 minutes of the stream here. Real time, the game has just ended, so we will be having our stream go until 12:15. Once again, I appreciate every single one of you for staying tuned and watching tonight's 5-5 uncapped live stream here at PH Social and joining me. And thanks for having me as your commentator for today. Hope to see you guys here at the local tables. A lot of familiar faces on here, but for those of you who don't know me, my name is Josh. I play a lot of 1-2 games here. And hope to see you guys here at the local tables. And I've enjoyed commentating with you guys today, but let's keep this going till the very end. We're going to finish out strong here. So this next hand up, we got a couple of premiums going head-to-head again. Big Fish with a suited king-queen. Does flop a pair. Raj with ace-king. Has Big Fish crushed and does get there. Does go ahead and lead out for 300 here, and Raj just makes a smooth call. And I think think they just checked it down. Yep, looks like they kind of just checked it down in the river.
Damn, he said, why was I going to put this purple, two purple?
Ross, you did that kick on the river.
Which when you made that bet, it kind of got me like, damn.
None of this fucking shit. We chop. No, we ain't. We ain't chop. Check. All right, I got the best side in there.
If it makes you feel better, those 800 I got you, give me 300 back.
We're going up to the top of that after this. Come on, Ross, you put him on deal. He steal my $5. He was supposed to jump with me for a loss.
Save the money.
This is like one more hit. When the bug gets to me, they said.
We're going to do one ball.
Alrighty, y'all, and just confirmed this is actually going to go ahead and be the last hand of the night that we're watching right here with the button over on C3 on Kenny. So let's see how we end the night here. Last hand of the night. Again, thank you to everyone for tuning in all stream long. It's been a pleasure commentating and chatting with you guys. A lot of great chats going on today. Definitely want to keep it up. See you guys here next Monday, as well as don't forget Ladies Night live stream on Thursday. Definitely come tune in to see that and see an action-packed table from the Ladies Night live stream. As we get this final hand of the night underway, Avi getting involved here with the Queen Jack, Lil Raj 8-4 off, hits a pair. Avi misses everything. Looks like it's going to be a relatively uneventful hand to end off the night. But yeah, I believe that was it, guys. Like I said, it was a pleasure commentating with you guys. I really enjoyed it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed having me, and hope to be back on here again sometime. Great group of players today. A big thank you to all of our dealers here at PH Social, all of our team members. Big thanks to Mikey for helping with the technicals and working on all of the cameras and things like that. And yeah, great to have you guys all here on the live stream. Hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I think the camera's about to cut off here in a minute, so no other hands to kind of commentate on here. I guess that was their last bomb pot of the night. But yeah, thank you guys again so much for joining. I'll let it play out as long as it stays on, but I don't think the Raiders are continuing with the rest of this hand, according to Mikey. So once again, thank you guys so much for joining here on the live stream, and we'll catch you on the next one.